lights are low, the night unfolds. Your shadow moves, a story told. The floor is out, we lose control. Spinning, spinning, losing hope. Lost in the glow, in the glow, in the glow, in the glow. Feel it flow away, let it flow, let it flow. Time moves slow, moves slow, moves slow. We don't know, we don't know. Your voice away, it pulls me near. Your fleeting touch is crystal clear. The air is thick, the rhythm's there. We're floating now, no fear, no fear. Lost in the glow, in the glow, in the glow, in the glow. Feel it flow, let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. Time moves slow, moves slow, moves slow. We don't know, we don't know, we don't know.
Tonight is a mystery. We got no time to sleep. We're waking up perfect dream, a perfect dream. Midnight zone, going deep into the unknown, like sunlight falling in the ocean. Let the moment take control, never gonna let it go. Midnight. Control, never gonna let it go. Control.
your self-worth, so you never leave. Is this what we do? I could let you go, but I give it to you. Take it, tell me what you mean. Put it all on me if it makes you stay. Put it all on me, I will take the blame. Give me what you have. I can take that. Is this what we do? I could let you go, but I give it to you. Tell me what you need. Yeah. I will pay the price, whatever it takes. We can make it right, even if it breaks. I chase the sound, running blind. I hit the ground, running blind. I fall apart, running blind. You break my heart. Running blind, I chase the sound. Running blind, I hit the ground. Running blind, I fall apart. Running blind, you break my heart.
Are you real or just a ghost? A perfect picture I can't hold. Lost within the streaming glow. Do you even want to know? Oh, to know, 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 oh, to know. The signals on, the connections weak. Every line you said, the silence speak. I'm hearing a roof of my own. Distant depths of thought, so far from home. Static in the silence, I can't let go. Static in the silence, a perfect show. What am I supposed to feel? How can any of this be? Static in the silence, I can't let go. Static in the silence, a perfect show. What am I supposed to feel? How can any of this be? When the fear is I've waited, when the signals aren't all, when the fear is I've waited, are you even real? Maybe you, maybe I, maybe you,
Blackout. Can't see, but I hear the crowd. Blackout. Lose me, don't shut it down. We just let the silence speak, taking on my way. Do we walk away? Every morning comes and I act like nothing changed. I've got nothing left to say. Is it all in my head? The way you look at me. Is it all in my head? When we barely speak, promises out of reach. Shall we just asleep? Do we walk away? Every morning comes and I act like nothing changed. Nothing left to say. Riding it out to the end. Maybe it's easier now. Keeping it out of my mind. I don't even know how. Is it all in my head? The way you look at me. Is it all in my head? When we barely speak, promises out of reach. Are we just asleep? Is it all in my head? The way you look at me. Is it all in my head? When we barely speak, promises out of reach. Are we just asleep?
Points in only one direction. I'm headed for you, like amber in the autumn. My heart's out in the open. It's a lonely path I'm walking, but I'm headed for you. So I wonder if you know, and I wonder if you notice all the signs. 'Cause I'm still here, just walking through the pines. I wonder if you know. see straight again. Maybe next time we can make it to the end. Ooh, 'cause I'm suddenly upside down, inside out in my head. Ooh, and I wanted to see the clouds the right way round the line. Hear my voice torn in two. It feels like forever. Paint me in shades of blue till I'm back together. And when I see this through, it'll be for the better. Paint me in shades of blue till I'm back together. Look at the sky falling down in ecstasy. Head was held high till I lost all gravity. Ooh, 'cause I'm suddenly upside down, inside out in my head. Ooh, and I wanted to see the clouds the right way round the line. Hear my voice torn in two. It feels like forever. Paint me in shades of blue till I'm back together. And when I see this through, it'll be for the better. Paint me in shades of blue till I'm back together.
Good morning, namaste, सबैजनालाई. How are you all? अलि एनर्जी आउनु पर्यो. How are you all? That's it, that's it. Do apologize for running a bit behind because there's a bit of a delay with public transport today, track work and Saturday routine of every family. So sorry that we had to start a bit late, but thank you for coming on time and being here with us. I appreciate it. What we will be doing today is we will be going through a very rapid fire journey, so we have plenty of time for our Met Gala dinner as well. Okay, well, I call it Met Gala because you guys are all dressed so nice, right? I will be taking a 30 seconds break so I can get everyone out everyone inside from the outside there. But really appreciate you all being seated and looking pretty out there. Thank you.
If the worlds could collide, I would give you.
Hello everyone, we are about to start. We are about to start, please. you so much for that energy. I really appreciate that. So thank you. Beautiful. Thank you so much. What a powerful presentation and day it was on day one. International Youth Entrepreneur Summit with all those thriving under 30 and other distinguished guests out here outlining their story in the line of business. It was one amazing day that we had yesterday, and we are going to have another amazing day today too, followed by a gala dinner. How excited are you all? Is the question. How excited are you all, please? I know many of us are not here, we are still on the train, or we're still on the Uber, or we're still there, but we all will be there this afternoon. So please bear with us, because what we got to do is we got to start in time and finish in time so we can get to the gala dinner and have a lot of fun too, okay? Now, I really am glad to start the day with this, because the topic itself is very empowering, which is women empowerment. Powerful women in business doing a lot, juggling house duties, going out, building business. I've seen my mom do a lot of stuff, and I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of stuff that your mother has done, but also what we have seen our wife doing a lot of stuff as well, right? So we have to celebrate these women, and to celebrate this, I am going to invite another speaker here, and the speaker started her humble beginning in Australia, coming as a student at the age of 18, working at Hungry Jack's, and working so hard in the industry of care, which is nursing. And she was able to build a multi-million-dollar business in no time. And that happened because it was not the money, it was the care that she had for the people that she worked around with. How wonderful is that? So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let us all celebrate this person. Let us make a round of applause, make some noise for Sabina Silva. Looking absolutely stunning.
Good morning, all. Thank you so much, Finye team, for inviting me to be one of the speakers. It's really grateful to be here sharing my journey. I would also like to take a moment to say thank you to Finye Australia. This is one of the much needed organisations in Australia. And since running a business myself, I really value a high level networking exposure, because that's where you can really unlock your true potential. I have also myself been exploring the networking options in Australia, which cost tens of thousands of dollars. And having organisations like this, where you can just become a member and be a part of this thriving community. What a grateful. Thank you so much again. I'm really looking forward to sharing my journey with you all today, and hopefully you'll walk out with something and be inspired in some ways, and be able to have some perspective that you never had before. So my journey began, before I start, I would really like to thank my parents, my mum and dad, who's been my backbone, and my wonderful husband, who is here supporting me, cheering me on, my beautiful kids, and my amazing sisters, who has always been there supporting me every step of the way, all the downs, the up moment, and everything in between. I came to Australia at the age of 18 from Nepal, starting my life. Although I was very lucky, my husband has already been in Australia for 6 years at the time, so I didn't have to start really from the scratch. However, we all have the unique story. We all have to start from somewhere. When I came here, I started working at a Hungry Jack's, where I started having exposure with so many young kids in Australia, so many slangs, the culture, everything was so different. I was constantly trying to find my identity where I belong. It was really a turning point for me. I had these wonderful young kids. I had the opportunity to learn the language, which being very grateful. When I came to Australia, I really wanted to do nursing, but I didn't have the courage and the belief in me that I could do. For someone like me who have gone to the public school system in Nepal, I wasn't confident enough to go to the higher education in Australia and start the higher academic journey. So I started working in pathology collector, doing a certificate course, which went for about a year, and I worked for a few years as a pathology collector, which really gave me exposure in the Australian healthcare system, and I really started building, slowly stepping up. Soon after, I realized maybe I should do nursing now, because that's truly who I really wanted to be since I was a little girl. I remember when my grandfather was really sick and he was admitted to the hospital. I really was touched the way how nurses were caring for my grandfather, and I said to my parents as well, I really wanted to be a nurse. I love how they showed the empathy, the care, and the love and compassion to my grandfather and to the family at the time in the life of my grandfather. So when I came here, I started doing nursing, and I was pregnant with my oldest child at the time. Slowly then finished my nursing, did the grad year throughout my pre-pregnancy, which was quite challenging, but I've always been that stubborn girl. If I put my mind into anything, I'll make it happen. I'll find my way to achieve the outcome that I'm really hoping to have, and the life I really envision myself. Nursing itself has given me so much of compassion and empathy, has really showed me the other side of the world. You can have a shiny life, amazing network, people, all the things that you'll expect in life, but the other side is quite dark. People's lives have turned upside down overnight, and they never hoped for that. That really held me and made me really humble what a life it is. We can't take things for granted. Things can turn upside down within a flip like this. Now getting into my entrepreneurial side of things, the turning point was for me when I had my third child, my son. He was only 3 months old at the time, and I wanted to do something to create the value, the impact for others, but I didn't know what it was. I've always wanted to do something of my own, impact the community, while also using my skill set, and nursing was truly something that I know, bread and butter from care perspective, so I thought I could do better. And then this is when I founded a company, Direct Care Assistance, which provides support people with disability living in Australia, the most vulnerable and caring industry. This is how the journey started. And before the slide, there are my 3 beautiful children. I had, at the time, 3 children under the age of 5, and 2 youngest being 2 under 2. So the parents in the room and the women, you can imagine how hard it is being a postpartum journey, trying to find yourself as a woman, recover from the postpartum, trying to navigate a life, trying to find your identity. It was quite a challenging time for any women, but I somehow thought I could do this. The future that I want to have and the life I want to build for me, for my family, and the community that I wanted to impact. Running a business, as soon as I started the business, I thought having the care and empathy alone was enough. But oh boy, what a mess I walked into. I soon realized I needed to have so many skill sets that I never realized I need to have. Learning about the finance, learning about your P&L, learning about your cash flow, learning about your technology, learning about your culture, learning about the leadership, and trying to be the women who can really understand you and what your visions are. That has really been the toughest challenge, and I needed to learn, which was quite tough, but I know I couldn't do everything at once. So I took step by step, being consistent, and keep trying every day, no matter how hard it is. And the biggest belief within yourself that has really helped me to be where I am today. The business in my first and second year rapidly growing. I never thought I would achieve that level of success to where I was. Then there comes another challenge, trying to build the system, the team, because before that, everything was sitting in my head. I had a little team, I could do things, I know where exactly the processes were. Now I need to create this architecture, the system that can support and that aligns with the growth of the business. Then the other challenge I had was trying to find my identity as a mother, as a leader. I was never perfect at both. It was very challenging for me emotionally, even though I had all the success that people would really hope to achieve. Although the business was really taking the success, somehow inside me, I was constantly looking for, if I'm at work excelling, I was questioning myself, have I been failing as a mother? And while I'm at work, while I'm at home nurturing my kids, I feel like I failed my team. Have I showed up for my team? What kind of leader I am? So constantly questioning my worth, where do I belong? What's my identity? That truly has been the most challenging part, apart from all the other skills and qualities you need to have as a leader. Then I soon realized if I want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This is when I realized I need someone to go with me, to support me, to have the back for business and to my life where I can have a balance. And then my sister joined me as a shareholder in the business and has become a life-changing. And she was the perfect person for this role, someone who has the nursing background, care, empathy, and the alignment. That truly has changed the life, how we work, and how we operate, and how we continue to grow business as a care industry in Australia. Next, please. Soon after, we got multiple business awards, personally as a mum, for the growth that we had, being an Australian Small Business Award finalist in 4 consecutive years, and all the other awards, as you can see on the screen. It's the journey we're on now, the mission we're on now, very positive for the future. To all the mothers out there, I want to give one message. If you're out there losing your confidence, looking after your child, being the best mother you can be, and questioning yourself, losing your confidence slowly, whether it is for you, what are you worth of, believe in yourself, you can do it. I had every reason not to do it, every excuses, but I chose not to. Believe in yourself. If you truly believe in yourself, we can achieve anything. Connect with the right people, surround yourself with the right people. Do the hard things. You can truly make things happen. A lot of the time I get asked questions, how did you have such a growth in short amount of time? And I think there's no secret sauce to any success. It's all about showing up, doing the hard thing, consistently doing no matter what. Even in my journey, I've made a lot of mistakes. I've hired wrong people. I've lost a lot of deals. But instead of blaming me or the situation, I always try to put into the perspective
Women in Frontline and Leadership session. Nepali women founders face persistent barriers to capital and cross-border business mobility, yet lead our fastest growing export sectors: organic textiles, handicrafts, wellness tourism, and ethical food production. Nepali women business leaders established here in Australia are well positioned to mentor emerging female innovators back home, and the embassy fully backs every women-led cross-border enterprise to advance Nepal's national gender equality policy goals. Second, structured bilateral trade and investment cooperation to be unpacked in today's policy governance and global affairs panel. Formal trade volumes between Nepal and Australia enterprise export infrastructure, yet the local Nepali diaspora creates strong demand for authentic Nepali organic goods and crafts. Digital outsourcing, sustainable tourism, and green entrepreneurship represent our most promising collaborative frontiers, and our embassy stands ready to help cut bureaucratic red tape for entrepreneurs moving capital, goods, talent across borders. Third, youth-driven innovation and diaspora capital reinvestment. Young Nepali entrepreneurs at home build agri-tech, craft, and fintech solutions, while Australian Nepali founders bring expertise in property, healthcare, and sustainable finance, sectors that Nepal prioritizes for foreign collaboration. The embassy commits to act as a trusted liaison for diaspora investors, navigating Nepal's FDI regulations, youth startup, tax incentives, and special economic zone opportunities. I would like to outline 3 diplomatic support from Nepal Embassy to all IS delegates present here. Full consular support for all Finye trade missions and investment forums. Formal advocacy to Australian federal and state trade bodies to unlock export grants and partnerships. And cross-border youth exchange programs focused on fintech and sustainable business knowledge sharing. Today's gala dinner and awards night will celebrate outstanding diaspora entrepreneurial achievement, inspiring the next generation of impact-focused founders. I encourage every delegate to capitalize on today's panel discussions and networking sessions to turn dialogue into formal joint ventures and long-term cross-border partnerships. On behalf of Government of Nepal and our embassy, I congratulate Finye on curating this transformative summit. Our embassy doors open permanently to Finye and every Nepali entrepreneur across Australia as your dedicated diplomatic partner. May this day 2nd of IS 2026 deliver a lasting innovation, equitable inclusion, and transformative bilateral economic progress between Nepal and Australia. I thank you very much. Thank you for hearing.
Once again, thank you so much to Taraji for acknowledging us. I must say it's an honor for us to have your presence here with us. So once again, let me inform you all that this event has been live broadcasted via DKP YouTube channel, Finye Australia Facebook page, and also KBC News Australia, which was yesterday and today as well. So let's give a huge round of applause to our media partners. हामीलाई हेरिराख्नु भएको through screen or anybody present over here, once again, welcome to Finye Australia IS 2026. र sponsors-हरुलाई त acknowledge गर्नै पर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो. What do we say? ताली चाहिँ कम हुनु हुँदैन है त. Because without them, this event definitely would not have been possible. Let's hear a huge round of applause for the title sponsor, 8848 Momo House, event partner, Boutique Mortgage and Finance, platinum sponsor, Nest Finders. Similarly, as our gold partners, we have Admin Arc, KBA Global, Voxtra, Grampians College, and People Think. Silver sponsors, we have Mirror Real Estate, Pro Regal Group of companies. Tali pugen sponsors are live. Similarly, as a travel partner, we have Kathmandu Travels, educational partner, Sydney Met Higher Education, Visa partner, KIEC Global, hospitality partner, the Maya Lounge, graphic designing partner, Creative Yomari, videography partner, DKP Production, media coverage partner, Australian Nepalese Journalists Association. Now let's show a huge round of applause to the community sponsors. We have GSNMC and Youthify. I'm just glad that to acknowledge the international youth entrepreneurs, we have so many supporters. Similarly, let's hear it out for all the sponsors who are Finye China, Finye Hong Kong, Finye USA, Finye UAE, Finye Japan, Finye Gandaki, Finye Bhagwati, Finye Africa. Similarly, we have Aussie Finance and Home Loans, Indrani Group, RB Diamond Dwellers, AAS Accountants, Yeti Finance, Eternex, Active Total Support, and Innovative Group. Once again, sabazanle tali bazaidun to all our sponsors. So as we are gathered here today in order to empower women, as we say, and also talk about women in frontline, I would like to say that when it comes to leadership, I think it's not just about being in the front, but it's also about the impact we make. And when we talk about women in frontline, I think it's the determination, it's the resilience, and especially as a woman, it's the empathy that we bring as a woman in leadership and women in frontline. So today, in order to acknowledge this, we will be having moderator. Let's give a huge round of applause to Radhika Sharmaji, the moderator of today. Because we will be supporting and we will also be acknowledging the women that are making the change in entrepreneurship and also leadership here in Australia or across the world.
Can we have some mics here, please, at the front?
Good morning. Thank you so much, Shani, for the nice introduction. Look, when we talk about the women empowerment, of course, I will be inviting here the women who are really in the front line. Look, I will be basically starting with women, how they are in the front line, how they've been empowered by them. So they'll be sharing a lot of stories today. Women are often described as resilient, but frontline leadership requires more than endurance. It requires the courage to be visible, the judgment to make difficult decisions, and the willingness to use influence responsibly. Our panelists today across government, entrepreneurship, education, investment, and community services. Today we will be beyond titles and explore what leadership is actually demands and what must change for more women to lead the highest level. Now, I'd like to invite our entrepreneurs here today. I think I forgot to tell you my name again. As you all know, my name is Radhika Sharma and I'm CEO of Help on Wheels. Now, I'd like to invite our entrepreneurs for today, Councillor Sukriti Raja Lakshmi Bhatt. Sukriti Raja Lakshmi Bhatt is the Councillor of Borough Council and a policy professional of NSW Department of Education. Sukriti Raja Lakshmi Bhatt, I'll give a bit of an introduction there, is elected local government representative and policy professional working toward strengthening the equitable and inclusive public education. As a councillor, she advocates for community well-being, social cohesion, and decision-making that reflects diverse voices. Her qualification in international relationship, human rights and international law, and separate commitment to evidence-informed policy and equitable outcomes. Welcome. Thank you so much. Similarly, I would like to invite now Kajal Naina Session Rai, all the way from Hong Kong, the founder of Kajal Naina Jewelry, an international award-winning designer.
Kajal is the founder of the Kajal 905 Jewelry. She has been the founder of Hong Kong-based fine jewelries and brand celebrating for blending Nepalese heritage and contemporary design. After a decade as a dentist, she made a bold career pivot to pursue her creative calling. Her works has received major international recognition, including Italy's Design Award and the USA's Shoal-Based Design Award. She also uses her business to support education and empowerment initiatives for women and children. Thank you so much. Welcome again. Now I'd like to welcome Ranju Thapa, the education leader, a community advocate, and the founder of IASA Foundation. Ranju Thapa is education and community leader whose career spans health, information technology, training, and organizational leadership. She has served as Global Secretary and spokesperson of ICC and RNA, and has been championing women's empowerment and youth leadership for many years. In 2019, she established the DGR Approval ISA Foundation to support international students experiencing financial and mental health challenges. She has received the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam International Award in 2020 for her contribution to education. Welcome, Ranju Didi. Now I'd like to welcome very young entrepreneur here, Shoena Dakal. Shoena Dakal is the Director of Funds and the President of Finye Hong Kong. Shoena Dakal is the Director of Funds at a leading private equity and venture capital placement firm in Hong Kong, where she leads funds specialist work and oversees fund due diligence. Her experience spans alternative investment, asset management, and investment research. As the president of Finye Hong Kong, she leads initiative focused and entrepreneurship, youth leadership, and community development. She holds a master's degree in finance from National University of Singapore and was recognized in the Jubin Foundation Diversity List 2024. Welcome, Shona. Thank you so much. Now, we will be moving to some questions and answer. Now, I'll be starting with Kajal here. My questions to you is, a leadership, sorry, yeah. So, leadership begins, Thank you so much. Leadership often begins before we feel ready. What was the moment you chose to step forward, change direction, and accept the greater responsibility, and what did the decision demand from you?
Thank you very much for this question. It's actually a very interesting one. My path made me make many changes and decisions over time. I think the biggest challenge was to be able to pivot. I had to pivot, and I had to make sure that being a woman and someone who wanted to do something, right? So the balance between being a mother, but also being out there forefront and doing what you wanted to, finding it again and again. So that was one of the challenges there. Sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Yes, the second one, what is the moment you chose to step forward?
The moment I chose didn't just happen. So I think it all builds up to the point when, given your upbringing, where you are from, and where you end up, right? So when I was in Singapore, I was still a dentist, and I still wanted to be in dentistry, but there were moments in my life that I had to make these difficult decisions to let go of what I really loved. And letting go to me, that didn't mean just letting go and then doing nothing. I could still be a stay-at-home home mom, which is also a great thing. And I would have been probably happy doing that, but I felt that there was so much more in me that I wanted to bring out. And so, yeah. So the moment was just looking into my family, looking into who I am, and looking into what I was born to do. Something a little more.
Yep.
So yeah, there was no definite one moment, I would say.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Now, I will move the same question to Councillor Security.
Namaste everyone. Leadership भनेपछि usually we always think about, if you are a director, if you are a CEO, or like in myself, if you are elected into public office. तर leadership भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ what I say, like Kajal rightly said, it's an accumulation of actions over the years as individuals, as a student, as a child, as a wife, as a mother. So हरेक experiences-हरुले चाहिँ build up गर्दै गर्दै ल्याएर it puts you in a position where you would be okay for leadership. Leadership भनेर तिमीलाई कहिले पनि आज तिमी leader हौ है भनेर आउँदैन के. It's a choice that one has to make. So your lived experiences over the years will give you that moment that says, yes, I am ready for leadership. And once you say you are ready for leadership, thank you, what is the next step? Leadership euta kura ho, but to lead is something different.
Awesome.
I think that is the one thing we all have to be very mindful about. When I got into public office, an elected office, for me, it was about how do I lead. So the experiences over the years definitely made me ready, because if I wasn't ready, I wouldn't be making that choice to put my name forward. And then you also said, I think, what did it demand from me? It definitely demanded me to be my 200% myself, because councilमा हुँदाखेरि सबैजनाले म काउन्सिलर भट्ट मात्र भन्नु हुँदैन, नेपाली काउन्सिलर भनेर मलाई चिनाउनुहुन्छ. त्यो भन्दै गर्दाखेरि त responsibility on me is 200%. It requires me to be 100% authentic. It requires 100% of my integrity. But at the same time, it also, leadership, when I decide to lead, it also requires me to be restrained. Leadership भनेको जहिले पनि action लिने केही भन्ने मात्र हैन. At a particular time, as a leader, I also need to understand where I need to exercise my restraint. So I think that's very important too.
I will invite Ranju Didi in the same question.
Thank you. Same like Sukriti, the leadership I always think is that how much impact you do to the others. To be a leader, it's not about that someone you just said that I'm a leader. To मलाई चाहिँ कस्तो लाग्छ भने, it's all the people how they follow you, how they think of you. तपाईले के गरिरहनु भएको छ र कति मान्छेलाई impact गर्नु भएको छ, that makes people leader. And how much you accept by the things like you, for example, you make a mistakes or something, and do you take a lead on that one to improve yourself is also a leader, in my understanding. So मलाई चाहिँ कस्तो भयो भने, the other thing is I always thought it's by gene as well. Sometime when you have something, like thing that from internal, you feel like, okay, म leader. तर तपाईलाई कसैले पनि leader मान्दैन भने, it's not a leadership. How you impact others, how you make life others better, and they feel that you are a leader. त्यो एउटा भयो भने, मैले आफूलाई चाहिँ अर्को demanding कसरी भयो भने, just to all my life went as a employee, okay? until I finished my job as a network engineer in 2015. त्यति बेलासम्म कम्युनिटीमा चाहिँ I was working as an NRNA, women in positions or any positions, but when I left the job as a retire, that time I felt is not the matter to start a business. Okay,
Yep, that's correct.
All the business we saw here, young entrepreneurs is very good. That's they build themselves as a leader in the world. But when, as an employee, when you become something at retiree age and you start something, that also you impact to the others.
Yep,
okay.
that's
So that was, I think, is my impact. Is that taking challenge.
Thank you.
No matter what age is.
That's beautiful. All right, can I move you to Soina, please?
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. I think, in private equity, where in the industry that I work, every investment starts with one question, and that is, what can this become? And I think leadership, it's similar as well, because a great leader doesn't just evaluate what's in front of them. They recognize potential, they recognize talent, they recognize opportunities. And so a lot of the opportunities that I've gotten in my career is because somebody invested that trust in me before I was fully capable of being, maybe, delivering leadership and leading a team, let's say. So I think in your question about whether or not, you were fully ready and what it demanded, I think a lot of the times the question that we should be asking is, can I take on this responsibility and grow from there? And like Ms. Ranjuji said, people don't follow titles. People follow somebody as a leader who they trust, right? They trust their instincts, they trust their intention, and I think to build that confidence as a leader, you have to sort of earn it, right? By, keeping your promises to yourself, keeping your promises to your team, keeping your promises to your clients, and that's, I think, how leadership slowly cultivates in you.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I will move you to the question number 2, the price of visible leadership. So I will start with Councillor Security. What is the hardest part of leading visibly as a woman? Criticism, resistance, competing expectation, isolation, or the pressure to prove yourself? And how have you learned to handle it?
Nice one. Look, being a woman, it's inherently me. So what I say is being visible in leadership. I represent public office. So I am, regardless whether you're a man or a woman, we are held to the highest level of scrutiny. We are held to the highest level of accountability and integrity as well. So sometimes what I feel is the questioning also has to be reframed. The question about whether as a woman, did you feel any scrutiny or criticism? We need to start changing that shift as to what as a woman I bring to leadership. The strengths, the questions need to focus on the strengths that we bring. In terms of judgments and criticism, I cannot control somebody else's perspectives. Mm-hmm. The only control I have is who I am. And being a woman is my biggest strength. So that has brought about...
Absolutely. That's amazing. I'll move you to the Ranjuji now. The same questions.
All right. For me, I think it's, as Sukriti said, it's inheritance for the women to accept the kind of criticism and all these things, because in our culture, it is taught by, the childhood, you are a woman, अनि जब अलिकति यङ हुँदै जान्छ तिमी दिदी अथवा बहिनी भाइलाई चिया बनाइदेऊ दिदीलाई यो दाइलाई यो गर्देऊ त्यसपछि you get married and then your husband, your family, and then you are treated like a symbol of God, Lakshmi, Saraswati, and then Durga if you're angry. So all these symbolize all us, and that's how we took all this criticism as a dharti mata, because everybody thuksa, lathansa, you have to have that patience, okay? So that's how we become strong and we become, resilient and all this, but the same time, nowadays, all this became gender balance. We like to fit in the gender that we are not only categorized as all these characters, we can do whatever is possible.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. I want to go send to...
Yes, so I echo both the women before me. First thing first, your question, like why do we have to put ourselves in a box? Woman leader, woman this, woman that, immediately I feel that puts us at a disadvantage, because that is indirectly already saying that you are a little less, and then you have to work harder to prove yourself that you are similar to whoever the man next to you is. I do want to go back to my own experiences of growing up Nepalma. I have to say that I have been fortunate enough to come from a family where and I know that is not so for a lot of women out there. I was fortunate enough that family ma chai keta mancheहरु bhai dai whoever le jati opportunities payo jasto किसिमको respect payo त्यही लिएर म पनि हुर्के त्यसैले गर्दा होला I never felt that I was lesser than any other man out there. And having said that, it is not to say that मलाई चाहिँ यस्तो भन्दा पनि this is so that everyone around here, parents or whoever is listening, children, so when we incorporate that into our upbringing of our children, our female child, whether आफ्नै बच्चा होस् या अरूलाई कसरी ट्रिट गर्छ त्यो गर्ने बित्तिकै यो क्वेसन नै आउँदैन जस्तो लाग्छ के मलाई चाहिँ हैन.
Thank you. Same question to Swayana, please.
I think for me, at work, there are a lot of times that we're presenting to CEOs, we're presenting to billion-dollar fund managers, conversing with them, or investors. And a lot of the times, I'm the youngest one in the room. Sometimes I'm the only female, because a lot of the time it's older men. And initially, I used to be a little bit intimidated, but then I realized that yes, experience earns trust, I guess. But, credibility, you can get it through preparation. So I like to be as prepared as I can in the room. I do my homework, like, our earlier speaker mentioned as well, and just show up. And slowly, people start, respecting that as well. And then they start valuing that as well. So in terms of scrutiny and things like that, I think, like, Nepal, I'm very lucky that I have a very supportive family. And, my parents have always told my sister and I that sky is the limit, anything is possible. But in Nepal, कहिलेकाहीँ चाहिँ अब हुन्छ नि कुरा गर्दाखेरि पनि अब जस एउटा दिदीले चाहिँ कस्तो राम्रो गरिरहेको रहेछौ कति घुम्छौ तर अहिले नै हो बिहा भएपछि त के हुन्छ थाहा छैन अहिले हो ठीक छ गर. And I mean that's not really something you tell to young women anymore, right? You're just by having those conversations, it's like, why would you try to ingrain that into somebody's mind? Now I don't want to get married, like हुन्छ नि मान्छेहरुलाई त्यस्तो हुन सक्छ. So I think that mindset also has to change a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now we'll move into the influence, identity, and responsibility, and I will start with you, Swayana. How was your Nepali identity or diaspora experiences shaped the way you lead? What does identity become an advantage, and what responsibility comes with gaining influence?
Thank you for the very important question. I think Nepali भनेपछि चाहिँ it's easy to connect. We're Nepalis living abroad अनि जति नेपाली भेट्यो पनि नपुग्ने जस्तो लाग्ने कि अरू देशमा गएर पनि नेपालीलाई भेट्न आएको त्यस्तो फिलिङ हुने. नेपालमा त obviously it's different, सबैजना नै हुनुहुन्छ रमाइलो हुन्छ. But I think Nepali people are so welcoming and they're always willing to help. Even in my career, obviously in my earlier days, the networking events where I met other Nepali people with more experience, they've always been more than happy to guide me, mentor me, show me to the right people, give me advice and tips and tricks. So I try to take that forward as well and try to give, my 2 cents on anything that I can. But I think it's been a huge part of, just learning, growing, people to look up to, people who share similar paths. So it's been great.
I'll maybe to Kajol the same questions.
Thank you very much. My identity, actually, it has been a very big part of my work as well. It's until I left Nepal, I didn't realize it. होइन तर हामी नेपालबाट बाहिर आउने बित्तिकै सबैलाई नै हुन्छ होला एकदम झन् धेरै माया लाग्ने यस्तो who I am and where I am from, your questions आइराख्दो रहेछ कि अनि so that I feel that it is the very core DNA of who I am at this moment, my identity चाहिँ अनि when अब यो चाहिँ अलिकति work contextमा पनि लाग्छ since we are talking about leadership and all, so सुरुमा म dentist थिएँ for anyone who doesn't know, and I worked as a dentist for many years. अनि मैले फेरि shift गरेँ मेरो career, and then I became a jewelry designer. होइन जस्तो jewelry designer बन्दाखेरि when I took that career change, I was in Singapore. I was living in Singapore, and then of course मलाई चाहिँ I wanted a creative outlet. त्यसैले लिएको तर के बनाउने त भन्दा त जे बनाए पनि भयो नि त्यो त मेरो creative freedom हो नि त. But I was amazed at the things that I wanted to make. Things like, just before I quit dentistry, I went to Nepal, अनि खोटाङतिर गएको थिएँ, अनि त्यो बेलामा चाहिँ एकदम लालीगुराँस mountain भरि देखेँ. And it touched me. यस्तो मन परेको, I was still a dentist. But the minute I quit dentistry and decided to be a designer, and I was like, okay, के बनाऊँ, यस्तो बनाउनु. The first thing, I was like, I have to make that लालीगुराँस, which was imprinted on my mind. बच्चाहरू लिएर घुम्न जाँदा होइन अनि अलिकति मार्केट रिसर्च गरिन्छ होइन अब त्यो हेरेँ नेपालमा छुट्टीमा जाँदा I realized there was no jeweler who had actually made a very nice fine jewelry लालीगुराँस in the market. लुगाहरूमा रहेछ, प्रिन्टहरूमा रहेछ, केमा रहेछ, ज्वेलरीमा चाहिँ राम्रोसँग एउटा पनि थिएन. And I started, मलाई त एकदम मन परा. But also coming back to identity, I did not just want to make jewelry and sell jewelry. There was a higher calling. I wanted my work in whatever way I can to represent my identity so that I can bring out हाम्रो यो नेपालीको जुन culture, heritage, pride जुन छ into a global stage. And I was thinking, how can I do that? होइन अनि लालीगुराँस बनाएँ, competitionsहरू enter गरेँ. That was a challenge. गर्दाखेरि that gave me a platform to talk about who I am, where I come from, my country, my flower, all those things. So I think identity is so important, and बाहिर आएपछि झनै stronger हुँदो रहेछ. अब अहिले त you always looking for कसरी चाहिँ हाम्रो culture, हाम्रो heritage-लाई अगाडि आफ्नो कामबाट अगाडि ल्याउने.
Yeah. I have to move in another question because there is a very time limitation. Notification already came in. I'll move it to with Ranju Didi here. What must change the next? The question is, what is one structural change in business, policy, investment, education, and community culture that would allow more women to lead, build, and influence at highest level?
Can you repeat the question?
What is the one structural change in business? Because you are very good at policy making, policy, investment, education, and community culture. So that would allow more women to lead. So build and influence at a highest level. What do you think? What must change?
Right. If it's in my business, if I want to change a policy or anything, that's more flexibility. Yep. I think when you allow women to be in a team in business, they more require the flexibility because they have to look after home and children and the professional life in parallel. So that would be the most important part, and they recognize the person's capability and making the policy to inclusiveness, that how they can bring the strategic planning for your future, for your business. That would, I think, is the most important part we need to see in the policy-wise.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's an awesome response. Now we are moving to the rapid fire round. I won't take a long time. I'll be very quick. In a rapid fire round, there is a small rule that we need to remember. We will finish with a one sentence each. Fast, energetic, and it has to be direct, and make sure only one sentence. The catch is whoever raises their hand first out of you four will be the first one to answer the statement. Then we'll move it to the another one. So it shouldn't take a long time. Now, are we ready? So, yeah, raise a hand. When I read the sentence, you raise a hand, will be the person that to answer the question.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be only one sentence though. I'm not gonna make long because we don't have a time enough now.
One or one sentence?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I can, oh, you don't have a mic there. Yes. So are we ready for the rapid fire?
Yes,
Yes.
of course.
Oh, I can read this, that's right. So the rapid fire number one, the leadership quality women are too often told soften. Soften, okay, go on.
Oh.
One sentence, please.
Courage.
Great. Rapid fire number two, the hardest decision you are proud you made.
I decided to run as an independent candidate for NRNA election. Difficult decision, proudest of my time.
Great. Rapid fire number three, women with leadership change how you think.
Me? I think a woman that's changed the way I see leadership is definitely, I mean, there are a lot of women, but my sister, she quit her job at BlackRock to go to Miss
sentence,
Nepal
please.
this year, which
One
she's
word.
going for right now. So I think that's
you.
very inspiring
you.
for me.
Another rapid fire number four, one boundary every leader should protect.
Your values.
Round number five, complete the sentence, leadership becomes meaningful when?
When you create opportunities for others.
Yeah, when you see the opportunity for others.
The last one, rapid fire number six, one word for the next generation of the women leaders.
Energetic. Can-do attitude.
Thank you so much. Now we are at the very end of the session. I'll be closing. So today we have heard 4 different leadership journeys here, but one message is clear. Women do not need to wait for the perfect permission, perfect timing, or universal approval to lead. Leadership begins when we step forward, make the difficult decision, protect our values, and create room for others to rise. Please join me thanking Councillor Sikiti Raja Lakshmi Ban, Kajol Naina Sechan Rai, Ranju Thapa, and Swaina Dakal. Thank you so much.
Once again, let's hear it up for all the women in the front line. The session, I think, gave us a complete insight about how women, they have been leading in today's generation and how we have already been empowered, and the continuation is yet still what we are looking for in the society. What say, Deepak Dai?
Well, that was a lot of women empowerment, but what about men, Sonia?
Well, men and women, they come together for the community to progress, and I think that's the whole session about after this.
Absolutely. So we come to the next session, which is FinTech Frontier. Now, this wise man travels all the way from Nepal to put some light on the digital transformation, how finance and technology can come together. Look, I do not want to steal his thunder by explaining more, but I really want to welcome him today. He's traveled here all the way from Nepal. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Dr. Bhojraj Gimire, please.
Well, still morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, that was nice. Okay, thank you for having me in Australia. I'm here as a data scientist, a dean of Nepal Open University. I'm a project management coach and ISO 27001, that is information security lead editor. There are some other hats, but this is not the day. Go ahead. Let's start with some of the recent newspaper articles that we have. Slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Well, if you see recent newspaper articles, we have all the vibrations there. अर्थमन्त्रीले अघि सारे आर्थिक रूपान्तरका 4 संभाग क्षेत्र, out of them ICT is one of the strategic area that Nepal is targeting. Nepal site expert near 1 billion, that threshold, and blah, blah, blah. There are a lot like this. Out of the 100 priority areas of the current government, 100 in 100 days, 15 of them were directly related to IT, and rest others, out of the others, around 30% were supported by IT. So this all shows that IT, ICT has been the priority. If you see in the numbers, there are more than 2,000 IT companies in Nepal. Is 2025, 800 million USD export. Now it has already crossed 1 billion. And there are more than 15,000 ICT graduates every day. And we have more than 150,000 ICT professionals working in the country. If you see the FDI in ICT sectors, that has been tremendously increasing these days. These are the numbers, and Nepal government had recently, 2 years back, declared 2024-34 as the IT decade. So in the IT decade, they planned for 500,000 direct IT jobs in Nepal, followed by more 1 million indirect IT jobs, and a cumulative of 22 billion USD ICT experts by 2034. These all are the rosy scenarios that we have and aspiration that we have, the dream that the government and the ICT sector are taking, dreaming in the country. We are looking up to 5x growth, targeting 5 billion ARR very soon. Next slide, please. Over a few years, over the last few years, there have been very good policy improvements and some good news out there. Yesterday we heard you can invest in Nepal but cannot take back your money, but ICT is an exception. There are a lot of positive policy interventions in the area of ICT, and there is a lot of positive things if you want to invest in IT and ICT related businesses in Nepal. I'm not going to the detail on it, but yes, the numbers and figures are there. Well, this is what it is. If you see the FDI projects in 2025, see, by 8081, 2 years back, the ICT projects, 147 FDI was related to IT project, and only 2.3% of the overall FDI was covered by ICT. But look, after the intervention of positive policy for ICT, look, ICT sector has surged up to number 1 with 346 projects and covering 57.57% of the overall FDI-related investments in Nepal. So this all show that Nepal is a very fertile ground for the investment in the area of IT and ICT. Next please. Now I'm going to some crazy figures, a lot of things that Manoj sir will love to see. Quick things, I'm not going to detail on it. Quick things, Nepal has around 109% of mobile penetration, 56% of landline internet, around 145% cumulative. That means one person has at least 1.5 internet connection through mobile and landline in terms of numbers. That gives us a very good foundation around it. If you see Nagarik app, if you have ever heard, more than 10 million downloads only on the Android device. Apple has not produced yet the final download. If we count half of it, then it becomes around 15. That's the half of the population. That's a very good number. And there are, if we talk about the national identification number, NIN or NID, the card, so far 17.2 million population out of the 30 million expected population in the country, they have already got the national identification number. So the digital identity that is needed, the infrastructure is already there with more than 50%, and I'm sure not all the 30 million are eligible because it has some age bar of 18 years. So we have that. So there are other numbers that I'm not going to go ahead right now. And then yes, we have a very good QR pay penetration. We have a very good network with the national payment gateways. Well, tribute to the president, quite a fake one. So Sujata Chalise, if she wants to open a bank account back in Nepal, taking 50,000 AUD, as Manoj told yesterday, you can download a Nabil Bank app, a little bit of promotion. Yeah, for tonight's party. So, I mean, you can download a Nabil app, tap, and mobile. But then, she soon hits the wall, because after some time, he would ask for some number, some national identity card, or something similar, and she gets frustrated, and she stays here. She would stop opening an account. But let's add something to it. Somehow it can be solved. But let's add something to it. She doesn't just want to open an account, but then she wants to open a startup in Nepal. What that requires is an official registration to CRO, Company Registration Office, followed by registering your business in IRD, Inland Revenue Department, for the taxation purpose. Same time, you need to have a business account in the bank, and then you need to have it registered in one of the local level, Nagarpalika, Gaupalika, somewhere else. Maybe if your business is related to something else, then you might want to go to register into Department of Industry or Commerce. And to add to that, you may be having some regulatory bodies over there, depending upon the type of the business that you want to open to. no matter how great application that you make, no matter how easy the process to open a bank account in a bank, this does not have a seamless integration in the whole ecosystem. Unless this happens, I'm scared. I'm really scared other thing cannot happen that easily. So, fintech, this is my topic, sorry, coming to it. Fintech does not scale on apps, does not scale on application alone. It scales on the trusted identity, reliable data, interoperable, all those silos, interoperable systems, and then a public confidence. And for that, a mere digitization of the KYC or a mere electronic KYC where you can verify your customer by means of your phone. This is a part, but it doesn't help much. Well then, the building blocks of DPI, digital public infrastructure that we tell, there are 4 pillars. Trusted digital identity, we have almost have it, I would say. Like in India, there is Aadhaar, in Nepal, we have NID, we have it, more or less. But if you see, there are some key words highlight. Cryptographic, they have to be well preserved. They have to be well hidden behind the encryption technology implemented, complex encryption technology implemented. And a very seamless way of presenting your digital identity without exposing the unnecessary personal details. So that is one thing. The red one are still doubtful. Secure digital payments, I'm going to the third one. I think we have that. NCHL, National Payment Interface, we have that. I can tell it. But then number 2, interoperable data. Sorry, there is a big no on it. In Nepal, you have same data by every institution. You need to present the identity card the government has provided to prove the government that this card is authentic card that you have provided me. And time and again, not only once, I have around 17 different identification number. One license, one passport, one voter card, one Nagarik, one whatnot. There are a lot. So, and each time you go to each office, you'll have to present one card all the time. So, we need secure, consent-based. If somebody is accessing my data, I should provide the consent that, hey, you can share my data. You are allowed to share my data digitally. So that is called consent-based API architecture. The one many people have been talking these days, Estonia's case, though the case cannot be directly reflected in Nepal because there is only a 1 million population, and Nepal we have 30 times. And the 4th pillar is accountable governance, the trust, transparent regulatory rules, privacy laws, yes, we have little bit, 2018, but not enough, and automated auditing system. So these are the 4 pillars. And if this happens, then we can, have a lot of opportunities open. For example, again, Estonia, they have launched an e-residency program, like, a permanent residency. You can stay at any part of the world. You can open a business, start a business, get EU compliant business entirely online without ever visiting that country. Well then, having an app is super easy. Yesterday we have seen a lot of innovative idea where people have made money out of application development using AI and whatnot. That's easy. That's the easy part. But then developing app-first innovation collapse under weak infrastructure. As a nation, if you do not develop a secure infrastructure first and innovate only by the application development, mobile app or web app, then there's a high chance that you fail. There are cases worldwide. Big country, developed country, a rich country can afford to fail. They can, the other day they can wake up very easily. But Nepal has no liberty to test, to fail in the technology and in the huge investment. We can't afford that. So alone by having an e-KYC, okay, the KYC thing I want to come again. I know today many banks in Nepal afford e-KYC. Forget diaspora, we as a Nepali. We are allowed to have e-KYC, but all of those commercial banks, A, B, C, category D, they have different way of doing it. They don't have one particular highway where all the vehicles can run. No, they are building their own individual highway. So we need to think on this particular case. But I'm here not to give you a sadistic story. There are some good things. I'm sharing few of the great stories in Nepal, what the IT companies in Nepal are doing. FuseNation, one of the best example, they have been there in Nasdaq, New York City. They are listed there in a public stock company over there. They're working in AI area in Nepal, having more than 500 software engineers in Nepal. There's another company called Incessant Rain in Nepal, which does Hollywood, graphic mixing and designing. They have a very good team in Nepal. There is, we can go a little faster. So there is another security file which talks about security in AI arena in Nepal. It has been listed in various good newspapers in the world. Over the last 10 years, Nepal had built more than 2.5 billion Australian dollar for investors and founders with the help of various software companies, IT initiatives back home. It's not that we have not done anything. There are a lot of things that we have done, that we have built, and those beautiful minds, beautiful engineers in Nepal, they've been doing. Not all the great minds have left country. Oh, you're faster than me, wait. No problem. So, there is an organization called NAS IT. I don't know if some of you have heard, Nepal Association of Software and IT Companies in Nepal, NAS IT. It is an umbrella organization which has been catering more than 80 big corporate houses, big. Each of them have 100 to 800 employees working, tech employees working in them, most of them serving the outer globe. So those people, those brilliant minds have been doing an amazing job in whatever area you take. We've been doing all-class software for the, Boeing. The security thing in Boeing is managed by a company in Nepal. There are products which takes care of healthcare products in the US, in Nepal. So there are really, really great companies in Nepal who have been doing the things right. Yeah. Now, in terms of DPI, what do we want to do, where are we in the right path or not? I would say Nepal is heading towards this, next one, the phase 2 bottleneck, like a middle income trap for the economic development. We are somewhere in the phase 2 bottleneck. We have a rapid consumer adoption of digital payments and digital technologies there, yes. But then the country's, the state's capacity to protect data, to ensure the privacy and security, somehow the nation is left behind that particular point. That's something that makes us a little sad. I'm guiding you to 3 more slides, what we are doing. Right now we are high adoption, but at the same time we are rising the cyber exposure. In a very short term, between 1 to 3 years, right now we see the economic convenience normally will win, but in the cost of the security concerns. That is scary, a little bit scary, not much. Next 3 to 5 years, we can have the silos of data are there elsewhere, but the trust crisis remains very prominently. Nepal will soon encounter structural friction that prevents its fintech sector from scaling beyond the basic payments. We're happy with the basic payment today, but if we do not do anything today anywhere, then we will stop over there. So in this scenario, we have 2 choices. The choice, scenario 1, next slide please, thank you. Really? You started late. Okay. The scenario 1, we can be a South Asian Estonia, dedicated data protection authority. It's a special request to the parliamentarian MP, Kabinda Burlakuti sir. We need, I think there are discussions going on as well about having a data protection authority. We need to have it. Cryptographic eKYC federated API, not a single one. There are federated architecture, we can talk on some of that, and high consumer confidence. That's what you need. So legislative reform, of course, of federated architecture and open banking realized. Only CDBC won't work if we do not have a good foundation down there. We have no choice then to go for option A. And for that, we need to work. Really, we need to work. So what's there for the diaspora then? What is there for us? For us, I would say there are 3 areas that we can work with. Thank you. First one, the first one, please build your next startup in Kathmandu now. Why now? Because today is the time. India was there 10 to 15 years back, where the cost of doing business was low, the shares value, the stock prices were low, and those who invested in IT sectors 15 years back in India, if they count it today, they can multiply by the number they want. So players, today I would request you, the diaspora, you may want to build your next startup in Kathmandu. engineering office. My friend being Kathmandu means in Nepal. It can be anywhere else. So, whatever business you are into, I know without technology you can't prosper. So, please have an engineering team in Kathmandu. That's the part 2. And part 3, the third one, you can back a Nepal-built generation as an investor, as an angel investor, as a co-investor, VC, whatever name you take, invest on somebody's trust, somebody's talent, somebody's, innovation and motivation. Oh, this is my own. Next slide, please. In the morning, we're talking about the EHR. Right now, Nepal Open University, that's my university, only one slide dedicated to my university. Nepal Open University currently has been collaborating with more than 40 IT companies in Kathmandu to come up with something called industry integrated degree, where they experience they have learned in the industry, the learning they have done in the industry is directly calculated to add to the credits in the university directly. So this is the type of initiative they are working on the vocational side. With this, I know I have maybe taken 3 or 4 minutes extra, sorry for that. With this note, I'd like to leave it here. And a final slide, please. And if there are any questions, maybe we have another panel immediately after that. Thank you very much for listening. If in case you would like to contact me, here's the chance. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Bhojraj Gimire, for a powerful presentation on fintech, finance and technology and transformation. Digital transformation, that's the journey we are headed. And it was so good to hear from you, and we will be opening the floor for panel discussions a bit later. Now, today we are here to connect, create and contribute and collaborate. So are we all doing that today? Are we all asking each other some questions that maybe you're not comfortable asking that question? So please do connect with your fellow colleagues out there, not just in your table, but the table around. There are a wealth of people here who have wealth of knowledge that they could share. Now, coming on to our next speaker, he's got wealth of knowledge in banking and finance. He is a very celebrated banker in Australia, specializing in lending for medicos and franchise, credit coach for National Australia Bank, lots of feather in his hat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, can you please help me welcome Mr. Ashish Acharya, please? Thank you. You can take that.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, fellow speakers, entrepreneurs, sponsors, supporters, partners, investors, media personalities, and delegates from Australia and around the world. Thank you for being here today. I am Ashish Acharya. I'm an independent banking and finance consultant with over 20 years of experience in banking in Nepal and Australia. I did about 8 years of banking, started with NMB Bank in Nepal, and I've worked with few corporate bankers here, ANZ and NAB, for the last 20 years. It is my great honor and privilege to speak with such an inspiring group of people who are united by one common goal: to build businesses, create opportunities, and make meaningful impact. I would like to give a big round of applause to Finye Australia for organizing such a mega event of such a scale with the help of all the members, the global members. At times I thought, how they're going to pull this off? The months of preparation, what went with it? Was it possible? And here we are today. We're seeing it. We're experiencing this. It's a big round of applause. You've done very, very well. Okay, Saul, I want to move forward to the presentation. Next slide, please. I want to talk about capital in the digital age. What capital was traditionally and what capital looks like in the digital age. So what has happened is we have experienced the traditional banks in, let's say, it's a generational difference. Talk about 20 years ago, how we accessed capital. Where did we go to? We went to the banks. We didn't have much more arena avenues, JVs, specialist lenders. We talk about digital lenders. We talk about fintechs. So what we are doing now, access to capital has become smarter and global. A generation ago, access to capital depended largely on who you knew, where you lived, and how much collateral you had. Today, a business can be started and run from a laptop alone. You don't need too much infrastructure. So that is the journey we have come through. Changes we have experienced or observed is technology, digital business. So digital banking, fintech, and AI have made borrowing faster and easier. Today's biggest businesses are built on ideas, software, data, and brands, not just physical assets. Access to digital and global connection, open banking. It's no longer just banks. Today we have venture capital, angel investors, crowdfunding, specialist lender, JV, private equity, private lenders, and peer-to-peer lending. Open banking has made it very easier to access customers' data and assess strength. So what shift we're seeing lately is the change in, well, the regulators, the regulating bodies or regulators, they are there. They're mainly for the traditional banks. But what is shifting is the regulation, how it has become more flexible. So what we're seeing lately is the banks are governed by the regulators, the government bodies, but there are other lenders who have got a lot more flexible lending criteria. We talk about specialist lenders, we talk about fintech, we talk about digital lenders. They are not heavily governed by the regulators. So they have got flexible appetite, more open to funding different ways. So the shift is changing in regulation. So the access to fund has become a lot more easier compared to 20 years ago. And similarly, the rise of non-bank lenders, as I mentioned, the specialist lender, the fintech, they have got great flexibility, the great appetite, what they can lend, what banks can't do. They are filling the gaps between the bank and what they can do differently, what bank can't do. So rise of non-bank lenders, including private lenders, specialist lender, fintech, have flexible funding options to allow faster and easier access to funding capital. And same thing, flexibility, speed, we spoke about that. Next slide, please. So modern funding ecosystem. So I'm going to focus more on these three traditional banks, specialist lenders, and fintechs finance and what they do. We all know about what traditional banks do. In Australia, we talk about NAB, ANZ, Westpac, St. George, few of the banks. In Nepal's we talk about the big banks, the traditional lenders. What is their feature? What is their specialty is low interest rates. They're best for established businesses, strong focus on security, and they look for financial history. But however, they have slower approval process, stricter policies, and more paperwork. So from that, the shift to specialist lenders, non-bank lenders, private credit, alternate documents lenders, they have got more flexible lending criteria, better for businesses that don't fit bank's policy. So go to bank, they need last 3 years financials, last 3 years balance sheet. These guys don't know that don't need that necessarily. They can work through your BAS numbers, your business bank statements, your accountant's declaration, and bits and pieces. So the funding has become a lot more easier and accessible with these specialist lenders, inventive specialist lenders. All documents talked about that as well. They fill the gap between banks and fintechs, as I mentioned about. They're best suited for self-employed, growing businesses, commercial property investors, or businesses with complex structures. Fintech finance had changed the way businesses access capital. It has moved lending from paperwork-based process to a data-driven process, where decisions are based on real-time business performance. Fintech lenders include online business lenders, digital banks, payment providing, offering finance, invoice finance platform, etc. So why fintech finance lenders are changing the game? Faster approvals. Decision can happen in hours. You go to bank, they take weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. You go to fintech or specialist lender, the decision starts from hours to happen within few days. So that is the transformation we're seeing. Real-time, and fintech, they use real-time data, less paperwork, and they more focus on cash flow and transaction history to assess the risk. So now we talked about the lenders who we could go to. I want to talk about what these lenders look at before they make a decision to fund you, your business. So what we need to have as entrepreneurs, as business people, for us to convince banks, lenders to fund us. So what we need to have. Next slide, please. First, financial performance. What we need to have, strong cash flow, sustainable revenue, and good financial decision and reporting. If a startup, you have to have a good, solid business plan supported by a robust cash flow forecast for the next 5 years or something that is aligning with the business plan. Talk about the SWOT analysis, talk about the weaknesses, bits and pieces. Next is business viability. A clear business model with clear value proposition. A real market need and ability to grow and scale. Most important, third one, most important part I see is the management capability. What banks look at, talk about the traditional banks, fintech, or specialist lenders, they look at who the sponsor is, who the customer is, what are their strengths, what are the experience they're carrying. Can they run the business? Is our money going to be safe with these guys? How are they going to manage that? So experienced and credible leaders and founders, strong management team who have got ability to execute vision. Talk about growth potential. A scalable business with opportunity to expand into new markets, products or customers indicates the potential for increased revenue and business value. Obviously, we need to demonstrate the risk and governance, what we have in place. That could be a part of the business plan. Are we planning effective governance? Do we have effective governance? Do we have legal compliance, risk management, the transparent reporting? These build confidence that risks are understood and managed responsibly. Fundability is not just about needing money. It is about demonstrating to lenders that investors that your business is financially sound, commercially viable, well-managed, capable of growth, and governed responsibly. In the digital age, fundability is no longer only about asset and collateral. It is about capability, credibility, data, and potential. Next slide, please. So what we are not doing, most of us, or some of us, the biggest financing mistakes entrepreneurs make. Sometimes we see minimum or no funding strategy. With limited or no funding strategy, one cannot decide about what type of finance, what structure, which lender, terms, etc., to run a sustainable business. We have to do research about who is the right lender for our business, how they're going to structure our finance, what products, what terms. We need to be very clear about that. So we sometimes see that lacking, so we need to be careful about that. Choosing the wrong type of finance, sometimes we end up with. Let's say talk about, for example, we need an equipment for $1 million, and generally equipment are depreciated over 5 to 7 years. We go to the lender, ask for 20 years term. That is not funding match. That doesn't go well with the tax implication as well. Similarly, we want to, let's say, purchase a building for the business or a warehouse. And the cash flow for that kind of funding, let's say $5 million, that will require the business, based on the cash flow, 20 years, 30 years. We go to a bank or lender and ask for 5 years funding, that is going to clearly mismatch the cash flow, the vision, the interpretation. So that is not going to help business in the short, medium, long term as well. So we need to be very clear about what we're funding, what sort of term we need, and how we're going to execute that. Poor planning and preparation, lack of business plans, a robust business plan, cash flow forecast attached to it, SWOT analysis, as I mentioned. If we don't have that, the business generally ends up in trouble without clear sight ahead and preparation for it. Next one is due diligence. Have we done a proper due diligence about the business that we're doing, that we're looking to do? What are the competitors, the location, other challenges that we might come across? Good entrepreneurs don't just look at the opportunity, they investigate the risk. That is true financial position of the business, cash flow sustainability, market conditions and competition. Customers concentration, risk, legal, tax and operational issues extremely important for a viable business. Next is risk and governance. Investors don't only invest in businesses, they invest in a people, system, discipline, and governance that protect and grow their investment responsibly. Because they want their money back, they want the return, they want the money they lend to you return back in time with interest. So they want to see if the enterprise has got the right risk and governance in place or not. These include clear decision-making processes, financial discipline, risk management plans, strong compliance, opportunity cost of compliance, and transparency and integrity. Sometimes we focus on only interest rates and fees and we say, oh, we go for the cheapest that is available. Sometimes that may not work with the business vision plan. Sometimes more than the interest or the cost of the fees, one common mistake entrepreneurs make is choosing finance based on cheapest rates and fees, rather than focusing on the total cost of the capital, including loan structure, flexibility, repayment obligation, impact on cash flow, opportunities cost, and missing growth opportunities, cost of delays in accessing capitals. Sometimes paying slightly more for the right funding solution can help a business grow faster and create much more value. Capital has never been more available, but it has never been more selective. Technology may make lending faster, but great businesses are still funded because they demonstrate credibility, discipline, and a clear commercial purpose. The entrepreneurs who understood capital, not just financial products, will build the next generation of successful businesses. With that in mind, I've got a time constraint, I've already got a chit. Let's explore where technology is taking the future of finance with our FinTech Frontier panel. So let me introduce our panel members for our FinTech Frontier session that we're going to have after this. So may I have the pleasure to welcome Dr. Bhojraj Ghimire to the stage, please. And may I have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Manoj Gawali to the stage.
Oh, round of applause, please. Thank you.
Welcome. Sit. Sorry. I'll talk briefly about Dr. Bhojraj Ghimire. Dr. Bhojraj Ghimire is a Nepali academic, ICT expert, and researcher of more than 15 years of experience in e-governance, geoinformatics, and digital transformation. Through Pedigree Informatics, he works across data science, digital innovation, and ICT-based governance solutions, connecting research, public center transformation, and practical technology implementation. What we'll be discussing with Dr. Ghimire is Nepal's digital transformation, digital identity, data infrastructure and regulation, and the trusted foundation that let financial innovation scale and safely, inclusively. Next one is Mr. Manoj Gawali, CEO Nabil Bank, Banking and Diaspora Investor Leader, a senior banking leader focused on banking transformation and diaspora investments. What we were looking to discuss with Mr. Gewali is the evolving role of banks as technology platforms and business partners, better support for startups, SMEs, and the diaspora, and engaging Nepalis abroad beyond remittances. He spoke about that a little yesterday anyways, so all good. So let me be with the panelist. So let me open the floor by saying finance has changed dramatically over the past decade. From your perspective, what are the biggest changes entrepreneurs should be paying attention to? This goes to both of you.
Thank you for the question. Well, I would say the business over the last few years have dramatically changed with three areas. One, you are competing with Jack Ma, you are competing with Elon Musk, and you are competing with all the big shots in the world. The competitors are global. The same time, you're selling the products to China, UK, USA, products and services to anywhere. There's no global barrier in the competing side, in the selling side. So that's something that is changing. And the third one that's happening is the thing that you know is known to everyone. So there's very few things that you just know it. So both opportunities and challenges are there. I'll leave it here right now.
Fantastic. Mr. Gemali, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dai. So basically, everything has changed gradually to the digitization more. So if you ask with the banking sector, so there was a competition in the banking sector to open more branches, hire more people, and to extend network. So that competition lasts for at least one decade previous than this decades. Now the competition has been totally changed. So now the competition is the another side. So we are going to close branches as soon as possible. So my bank's branches, we have already closed 2 branches and 3 more branches on the way to closure.
We're doing a lot here.
Yeah, so banks are now in a competition to close the branch. That means we are going digital more. So if you just look into the figures, so total banking population, total account opening and onboarding numbers is exceeded 6.3 crore rupees in Nepalese contest. Out of it, 50% already using this mobile banking application. And people have been conducting transactions through these mobile transactions. So if you talk about my business in my bank, so now 92% of the total transactions, daily transactions, we complete through digital channels. So only 8% around transactions are conducted through physical transactions. So this is the major changes in the fintech side and the digitization side in a banking sector. And people are being more knowledgeable. Information is accessible to everyone. More on this startup side, Nepal is gradually growing in this digitization fintech side. More than 100 startups in the fintech side itself, and they are getting better revenue. They are expanding their business better than before. So in the fintech side, digitization side, so banking and business is impacted in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Nepal has made significant progress in digital payments and financial inclusion. What excites you most about the next 5 years? First, Dr. Khimere, please.
Well, last 5 years, there are few transformation that has been clearly seen in the Nepali fintech arena. I have not carried a cash worth more than 1,000 Nepali rupees for the last 5 years. Yep. Not at all. So the QR is accepted almost everywhere. That is one thing, the adoption of the QR technology. And the seamless transformation, interbank transformation that I've seen is more advanced than the developed countries. so many developed countries. So we can very seamlessly transfer the amount from an account in one bank to another bank. That is very easy. These are the two things that I see as very much, exciting to me.
Great. Mr. Gimre? Oh, sorry, Mr. Gemali, sorry.
As already Dr. Saab already said, so we have changed a lot. Yesterday there was my presentation and some questions as well. So we have already started onboarding accounts via video KYC. So there is no more need to physically visit bank branches. So you can sit at your home and you can open bank accounts and you can operate from there. That is one major change we have already completed. Another challenging task we have already completed during this last 5 years. Now we provide loan digitally. Phone loan we have already started. Almost all branches are providing phone loans, but that is only on the basis of payroll accounting, right? Because customers has to open accounts with the bank, and when you ask for a certain credit, that is the limit is up to 1 lakh earlier, now it's a 3 lakh rupees of limit. So if you just click one button, so bank will lend immediately, analyzing your account transactions, account monitoring, cash flow analysis and everything in your bank account. And we are now trying to provide services to open LCs and other trade-based transactions by online. And we are trying to provide new loans. And Rashtra Bank has recently announced circular through monetary policy that yes, digital lending limit has been increased to 15 lakh rupees now. So gradually we see in the days to come, so people will be getting this banking services without branches. So these are major changes during last 3 years in this digital banking areas.
That's a great point. So let me ask a follow-up question. What role will digital identity, data infrastructure, and regulation play in enabling innovation while maintaining trust?
Yeah, this is the major challenge we have as of now. We have been facing problem. Currently, this account opening, onboarding has been changed, and NID is compulsory for now. So we expect that government is also focusing on the digital transaction side so much to make it more transparent and to record every transactions in this banking system. So I expect government will come with this more regulations. Regulators will allow us to make those transactions. And this now currently, since this Nepal is facing some challenges in this grey list and other things, so government and regulators are being more strict on the terms of KYC and everything. So long form has to be completed, this and that. But in the days to come, when NID will have almost all data, whatever we need, then I think NID will be adequate documents to get all the banking services in the days to come. So.
Thank you, Mr. Gawali. Traditional banks are no longer just lenders. They are becoming technology platforms and business partners. How do you see the role of banks evolving? Start with Mr. Gawali.
Yeah, traditionally, banks were doing just the transactional banking in this form. Everybody will understand, but in Nepalese context, when we face these types of conference and everything, people just blame us just being a mediator, taking deposits from the public, lending those money to the another public and making money out of it. But that's not true at all. I have highlighted in many areas. So as of now, so if you have just one mobile device, you can just open a banking application and just click button and you can send money anywhere. Earlier, when I was studying in a Kathmandu, so when my father has to send money to me, 5,000 rupees, he has to travel around 3.5 hours walking to the banks and standing in a queue for this money transfer, providing this TT transfer, paying huge money for this transfer amount and everything. For now, your transfer and transactions is just one click away. You can make anything transactions, you can send money, you can borrow money, you can send to your people. And now IPS Connect has been also being very instrumental. So earlier, small money amount has to be, we could have transfer from mobile banking. For now, any amount you can transfer using that IPS Connect. So checks are no more useful to making transaction
point.
transfer. So
Great.
these are major changes being in a banking, and banking in Nepal is almost ready. We are infrastructure-wise, system-wise, we are almost ready in everything. But yes, government policy, regulators has to facilitate us to do more in those areas. Where
Great
banks
point,
in
Mr.
Nepal are-
Gimwali.
yeah.
Let me bring Dr. Gimwali on this. I've got a follow-up question. How can banks better support startups, SMEs in global Nepali diaspora? I'm not asking this to the CEO, I'm asking you.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was more to Dr. Gimire. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, that will be better.
Oh, okay. I'll go back to the basics again. Individually, a bank is ready, digitally ready for so many things. Half of the questions I have presented in my answer, in my presentation earlier. But what I think should be doing is, again, Nepal government has the record of each and every landowners digitally. Is there? Called LRMIS, Land Records Management Information System, is there. Again, Nepal government has total record, cadastral map record of every parcel, every kitta is there. Both of them there. Banks are ready with the all technological, infrastructure. It's there. Now, what I'm trying to connect is, if I have to go to a bank, forget the SMEs in diaspora. Let's go back to our country. If I have to take some, forget the collateral-free loan, just a collateral-based loan, then they do not have a means to connect to my land record management system. No connection with my parcel data, the cadastral system, cadastral land records, the Noxa we tell. And the valuation doesn't take on the basis of whatever is already there. And the NID, the government holds. And the government has no means to share that NID infrastructure with the bank. Forget bank, to not any other institutions. So the infrastructure I was talking earlier, it has to be in place. But then, that is not merely an application, that is a whole infrastructure from the bird's eye. Not only an individual institution, they are in shallows. So that's the major thing that needs to be.
Thank you, Dr. Gimire. Let's move on to AI, fintech, and innovation. AI is reshaping every industry. How do you see artificial intelligence changing banking and financial services over the next decade? This goes to both of you.
Okay, first to me. Well, yes. Now there are, as yesterday also we had a lot of sessions around AI. Those jobs that can be repeated, the AI is helpful over there. I agree to that again. Now the loan underwriting process, that can be transformed very easily. There's very less human touch over there. Of course, the human in the center, human in the decision making is needed, but to much extent that can be done. Or manual check clearance system, if at all exists, that has already been automated to the extent it's already there by the Nepali company. You don't need sophisticated, high-end software for that. It's being done. That can be done. So much of if we talk about the lending, so a transaction-based, a profile-based lending is possible with the AI, and that's coming up. And portfolio, the loan portfolio, that can be calculated with the AI very easily. The credit rating can be very easily calculated. All those things can be automated, and the efficiency of the banking process, core process, that can increase a lot.
Great point. Let me bring Mr. Gimwali in on that as well.
Yeah, so in a banking, so we are trying as well. So yes, loan processing, which takes around 1-2 months some time. So we are trying to connect some softwares where we use AI that will check everything, and credit screening will be completed. Another part, recovery and regularization. So currently NPA has been increasing substantially in Nepalese banking sector. So we are trying to use AI in a recovery and regularization so that automated masses and this other information will be directly forwarded to the customers for the recovery regularization, and the reporting will be conducted accordingly. And we have been using AI in this meeting recording process, recording and this minuting and everything that has been already started. And another part, AML CFT related reporting, this STR, TTR reporting, AI can easily help us on that. And apart from this, writing proposals, even sending emails, summarizing emails, everything we are using AI, and we are trying to optimize those resources using AI so that efficiency will be more there, so that cost of operations of the banking will be reduced, which will be ultimately passed on to the borrowers at a lower rate. So this AI will ultimately help bank to be more efficient and enable customers to get this money at a lower rate. So we are trying in that way.
Great point. As a CEO of largest bank in Nepal, we hope to see you do that start, and then we hope to see that very soon in the future, how the transformation is going in Nepal as well. Let me bring to the concept of diaspora and cross-border investment. To Mr. Gewali, Nepal has millions of citizens living abroad. How can banks better engage the diaspora beyond remittances? You spoke about that yesterday. Maybe short and sweet, you want to say something about that?
Yeah, so I shared on this topic yesterday as well. If we want to see prosper Nepal, we don't have any other options rather than to connect these people to Nepal. We don't have any choice. This is not the favor. These are obligations, right? So government is also taking some initiative and initiations to connect those NRNs and Nepalese who are residing outside Nepal. I'm expecting some new things coming in. Probably Finance Minister will also address today. Investment in the shares, equity, debentures, startup, venture capital and others. Already the NRN can open accounts in any currencies, convertible currencies. You can open account, you can place FDs and other things are already there. But other part of investments, borrowing relationship with the bank has to be established. So I expect government to take initiative to complete all those legal hassles and other things to onboard capital from this NRN. And yes, the issue is already there. Yep. So repatriation back when they need back. So yep. Payment of dividend, hassle-free, seamless, and yes, if they want to sell the investment and they would like to take back the money, that has to be made easier than when these people are investing money in the country. So if that experience will be there, of course, these people will be ready to invest.
Great
and
point,
we
Mr.
are ready
Gewali.
to welcome.
Let me bring Dr. Khimere in on what policy or infrastructure improvements would make Nepal a more attractive destination for diaspora investment. Dr. Khimere, please.
Thank you. So one thing yesterday also, Mr. Gewali also highlighted, there should be some policy where the tax repatriation system should be in place. Once you invest over there, to take the profit out of it, you need to have some mechanism to take the money profit out of it. But as an exception to IT and ITES services, it's already there. So only the take is, I think you need to pay around 5% of your profit there, and the transaction should go through the legitimate A-class bank. So with that, I think that the things are already in place. If anyone, if you would like to invest back in country in IT and ITES sector, that's there. But now that should be open to other sectors as well. That's one thing. Next thing, again, being a data scientist, speaking of a security analyst and a cyber security lead auditor, I'd again and again focus on the infrastructure and security around the privacy and security of the data.
Thank you, Dr. Khimere. The last point goes to both of you. If you could give one piece of financial advice to every entrepreneur in this room, what would it be? I would start with Mr. Gewali, please.
Yeah, basically, there was one question from audience to two young entrepreneurs, girls yesterday. So the same thing, financial management is the key for any business success. So please plan your money, invest wisely, and make a plan for the cash flow, make risk analysis, prepare budget and strategy for short term and long term, keep your targets, regularly monitor those transactions, comparing your past performance and comparing performance with your peers and competitors. So if you will move forward in that way, so I don't see there are possibilities to fail in the business. You will continuously growing. So financial management, cash flow management, strategy preparation, and comparing with your peers and your own performance will be the key for success.
Thank you, Mr. Gawali. I would like to bring in on Dr. Ghimire on this one. One piece of advice to the entrepreneurs in the room.
Thank you. I have two things. One, innovation we do not find in books, not in internet, nowhere. Innovation is a mindset. Don't try to find innovation elsewhere. That is the one thing that I want to focus on. I'll leave it here.
Thank you very much. Sujata has just come and told me there's only one question for each panelist from the floor. So floor is open to you. Please stick to one question to Mr. Gawali and one question to Dr. Ghimire, please.
Hello, good afternoon, namaste. My name is Sunil. I do have questions, one for Ashish Acharya and the one for Mr. Gawali. Okay, one person? Okay. Okay, then I'll focus on one question to Ashish Acharya, to moderator himself.
Oh, thank you. This is a surprise. I'll try.
Yeah. As I am a chartered accountant, I'm more focused in building clients' wealth and advising them correctly to protect their business and to protect their personal assets. Coming to a point, previously you've talked about risk and governance. That's what the banks looks for while providing finance to the companies. So in terms of small business entities, what is the risk and governance? Because it is not like properly articulated for the small businesses. What side of risk and governance the bank and the lenders look into for small businesses? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and answer that question. For a small business, talk about how many people are in the business. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What setup you have in the business. What is your experience? What is the experience of the people that are working for you? What software, what IT you have installed? What business plans you have? So banks would like to look at what is the vision, what it is looking now, what is the vision for next 5 years, what does it look like? So they can integrate the risk and governance in assessing the risk of finance in the enterprise, combined with what you have in the business, risk and governance. It is very important because if the business is not governed well, if the business is not run well by inexperienced people, doesn't really give much confidence. It doesn't give much confidence to the lender as well. So I was basically more talking about what is the general things the bank look at. When you go to a small lenders like a specialist lender, or they may not look too much in depth into this aspect, but when you go to a traditional bank, they would like to look at a number of things about risk and governance. So there's different perspective with every lender, but it is great to have that element included and then have a robust plans around that as well to convince the lenders that you are the right business where they should put money in.
All right. We'll take one question for Gawali sir and one question for Ghimire sir. So may I request everybody, just your name and question, if that's okay. Can I have new face, if we have any? All right. Thank you.
My question to Dr. Ghimire, sir. Data center and cloud related, I think we discussed. What would be the situation in next few years? We heard a lot of news regarding data center investment in Nepal right now in the new government situation, proactive and stable government from our side, from the diaspora. What do we see probably in next 5 years, data center investment? Are we looking at the 5 times, 10 times? Currently, our foreign export on the IT is around 1 billion. By next 5 years, are we expecting into 5 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion, some sort of data and specific to data center related? We heard that a lot of these companies from the Silicon Valley and all, Meta, Microsoft, all are interested in all that. Can you try to give some data, what would be the situation specific to data center related? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The figure that we are aiming is 5 billion in coming 10 years. So today we have 1 billion, so 5 billion coming 10 years. That's the target. Around your second question on the data center, specifically from the investment side, if I can relate to what you're talking about. So at the moment, Nepal does not have enough use cases to consume the level of the data center that we are talking about, even the government is talking about. If we are to open the data center of that level. But then, if we are planning for the data centers for the foreign companies, then yes, there is a scope, there is a good scope. So investment again is prone to risk. So that's something that the investors should think about. But yes, obviously there is a good market, I would say.
Thank you, Dr. Ghimire. Let me bring this to close now. Today's discussion reminds us that the future of finance isn't just about banks or technology. It is about creating great opportunity. Whether you are launching your first business, expanding internationally, or investing back into Nepal, the financial ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Please join me in thanking Dr. Bhojaraj Ghimire and Mr. Manoj Gewali for sharing their insights and vision. Thank you, gentlemen.
Still.
Thank you so much for such an insightful session here, and I'm sure tons of knowledge has been absorbed here. And look, again, we will be breaking out for lunch very soon. We're only 10 minutes away. What I would really request you all is let's keep time for lunch, which is 30 minutes only, because we are running a bit behind on the timing because we had a bit of a late start due to various reasons. So what I really want to request you all is when we break out for lunch, please come back in time and be serious, because we would have to be somewhere by 6 at gala dinner. So to do that, we'll have to be preparing the venue. So we'll have to leave the venue by 4 o'clock. So please help us to organize the gala dinner in such a way that we all enjoy it throughout the night. Now, I know there's a bit of an energy gap here, so I would like to do that one thing again, which is one experiment. If you could all stand up for me, please. And you know the drill if you're here yesterday. I want you all to raise your hand up. Yes. I. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, my lovely audience. I love you all. Thank you for the energy. Now, moving on to our next speaker. Before we break out for lunch, please be seated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is a person who's been empowering Nepali youth across borders. Our next speaker bridges trade, innovation, and cross-border entrepreneurship between Nepal and China as the president of Finye China. So ladies and gentlemen, could you please help me welcome Mr. Dil Bahadur Kathayat, please. Thank you. Love the energy.
नमस्कार सबैजनालाई म नेपालीमै बोल्न चाहन्छु मैले सर्वप्रथम फिनी चाइनाले विगत 5 वर्षदेखि चीनमा गरेको कुराहरूलाई यहाँ हजुरहरुमा राख्न चाहन्छु त्यसपछि चाइनाको व्यापारको बारेमा त्यसपछि आउँला यहाँ उपस्थित सम्पूर्णलाई फेरि पनि नमस्कार हाम्रो फिनी चाइना 2021 बाट स्थापना भयो त्यसपछि हामीले त्यतिबेला हामी कसैलाई पनि फिने चाइना अथवा फिने भनेको के हो भनेर कसैलाई थाहा थिएन हामीलाई फिनेको बारेमा चीनमा जानकारी गराउनु थियो यसको लागि सुरुवातमा हामीले हिमालयन कफी टेस्टिङ इभेन्टको आयोजना गर्यौं स्लाइड प्लिज यो कार्यक्रम गर्नको लागि महावाणिज्य दूतावास गोन्जाउको महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका रह्यो यो नेपाली जैविक कफीलाई चिनिया खरिदकर्ताहरूसँग जोड्ने एउटा नयाँ सुरुवात थियो यसले चिनिया मिडियाहरू र नेपाली मिडियाहरूले व्यापक स्थान दिएर लेख्नु भएको थियो सोही महिना फेरि हामीले महावाणिज्य दूतावासको समन्वयमा एउटा कानुनी सहायता प्रदान गर्ने कम्पनीसँग सम्झौता गर्यौं र यसले दुवै देशका नागरिकलाई आवश्यक परामर्श दिने कार्य अहिलेसम्म पनि गरिरहेको छ त्यसै गरेर हामीले अर्को कार्यक्रम इभी भेहिकलको लागि गर्यौं जुन हामीले ग्वाङ्सी प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्नमेन्टसँग सहकार्य गर्यौं यो हामीलाई एउटा ठूलो सफलता मान्छु म आफैलाई चीनमा सरकारी निकायहरूसँग सहकार्य गर्न त्यति सजिलो छैन हामी त्यो पनि एउटा प्राइभेट भनौं अथवा यो सामाजिक संस्थाले सरकारी निकायसँग समन्वय गर्न त्यति सजिलो थिएन यसमा पनि हाम्रो गोन्जाउ महावाणिज्य दूतावासको नै ठूलो हात थियो त्यहाँ हामीले गएर चिनिया व्यवसायीहरूलाई इभी निर्माण कारखानाहरूका सबै कम्पनीहरूलाई नेपालमा गएर म्यानुफ्याक्चर गर्न सक्नुहुन्न भने एसेम्बल गरिदिनुस् भनेर हामीले प्रस्ताव राख्यौं त्यहाँ हामीले नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज त्यहाँ हामीले चाहिँ फिनेले नै लिड गरेर कार्यक्रम गरेका थियौं त्यो पनि एउटा चिनिया मिडियाले चाइना डेलीले चाहिँ फ्रन्ट पेजमा लेखेको थियो यो न्यूजलाई पनि त्यसपछि हामीले 2024 र 25 मा ग्रेटर बे एरियामा चाहिँ एग्रिकल्चर ट्रेडिङ सेन्टर छ एउटा ठूलो कम्पनी छ हामी त्यहाँ गयौं हामीले आफ्नो प्रस्ताव त्यो कम्पनीलाई दियौं उहाँहरूले हामीलाई नेपालको कृषिजन्य सामग्रीहरूमा अथवा कृषिको कुनै कार्यक्रममा सहयोग गर्न सक्छौं भन्ने प्रतिबद्धता पनि जनाउनु भएको छ त्यस्तै हामीले विभिन्न व्यापार मेला तथा चेम्बर अफ कमर्सहरू विभिन्न देशको यसमा चाहिँ हामीले जर्मनी इटली अमेरिका बेलायत लगायतका विभिन्न चेम्बर अफ कमर्सहरूसँग पनि सहकार्य गरेर फिनेको बारेमा र नेपालको बारेमा जानकारी दिने प्रयत्न गर्यौं त्यस्तै हामीले यो 2026 मा संसारको सबैभन्दा ठूलो व्यापारिक मेला क्यान्टन फेयरमा चाहिँ फिनेलाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्यौं फिनेलाई चाहिँ क्यान्टन फेयरले हामीलाई औपचारिक निमन्त्रणा दियो हामीलाई ओपनिङ सेरेमनीमा बोलायो त्यसपछि हामीलाई लिगल रिलेटेड प्रोग्रामहरुमा पनि सहभागी गरायो त्यसमा म आफै उपस्थित थिएँ मेरो कलिगहरु उपस्थित हुनुहुन्थ्यो यसले चाहिँ हामीलाई एउटा के छ भने चिनिया व्यापार र नेपाली व्यापार लगायत फिने मार्फत संसारभरिमा हामीले व्यापार गर्न सक्ने र फिनेको नाम त्यहाँ हामीले जोड्न सफल भयौं अब यसरी हेर्दाखेरि हामीले यो 5 वर्षमा मैले सरस्वती पढेर भन्छु तपाईहरुलाई दुःख गरेर लेखेर आछु यसरी हामीले 5 वर्षमा एउटा स्पष्ट 5 वर्षको कार्यले गर्दा स्पष्ट पाठ सिकाएको छ प्रभावकारी कार्यक्रमहरु निरन्तरता र बहुआयामिक संलग्नताबाट प्राप्त गर्न सकिन्छ अब हामीले चीनमा हाम्रो हिमालयन कफी सुरुवात थियो त्यसपछि अहिले कफीको मार्केट चीनमा व्यापक भयो त्यसपछि धेरै मान्छेहरुले चाहिँ नेपाली कफीको बारेमा बुझे धेरैजना व्यापारी साथीहरू अहिले नेपालबाट चीनमा कफी निर्यात गर्नुहुन्छ। त्यस्तै नेपाली चिया, जडीबुटीलाई अझै नेपाल सरकारले लिगलाइज गर्नुपर्ने अथवा विभिन्न कारणहरू छन्, त्यसमा हामी लागिरहेका छौँ, सधैँ घचघचिरहेका छौँ। यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ एउटा राम्रो हामीलाई अपर्च्युनिटी मिल्न सक्दछ नेपाली व्यवसाय, नेपालको प्रोडक्टलाई चिनिया मार्केट धेरै ठुलो छ। त्यस्तै हामीले चाहिँ अर्को अस्ट्रेलियाको क्लिन टेक विशेषज्ञता र चिनिया उत्पादन क्षमता र नेपाली स्रोतलाई जोडेर हामीले हरित हाइड्रोजन सोलर र इभी कम्पोनेन्ट निर्माण संयुक्त कार्य गर्न सकिन्छ। यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो राम लक्ष्मणज्यूहरूलाई चाहिँ जोड्न सक्छौँ हामी जोडिराखेका छौँ। त्यस्तै हामीले एउटा नेपाल थिम होटेलको कार्यक्रम गरेका थियौँ। त्यहाँ एउटा हाम्रो नेपाल थिम होटेल भनेर एउटा हाम्रो होटेललाई नै नेपाल थिम एउटा पार्टलाई नै नेपाल जस्तै देखिने गरेर बनाउने भनेर एउटा सहमति गरेर यो चाँडै हुँदैछ, काम भइरहेको छ। हामीले त्यहाँको होटेलको बोसलाई नेपाल पनि लगेका थियौँ उहाँलाई देखाउनको लागि। उहाँले फेरि त्यो फ्रीमा गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ, नेपाल थिम मात्र देखाउने भनेर। त्यहाँ कम्तीमा पनि 200वटा पसल लाग्न सकिन्छ नेपालको, त्यो पनि गऱ्यौँ। त्यसपछि हामीले चाहिँ नेपालको युवा प्रतिभा आइटी, डिजिटल सेवा र फिनटेकमा फस्टाउँदै गरेको यो हाम्रो हिजो हामीले यो आइटी एआई भन्ने सुन्यौँ हामी त ग्राउन्डमा काम गर्ने मान्छे एआई धेरै चलाउँदैनौँ हैन, म्यानुफ्याक्चररमा छौँ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामीले यो कुरालाई हाम्रो नेपालको विदेशी लगानी नीति अन्तर्गत अस्ट्रेलियाको टेक कम्पनी र चिनिया डिजिटल दिग्गजहरूको नेपालमा हामीले नवीन केन्द्र स्थापना गर्न सक्दछौँ, काम गर्न सक्दछौँ। त्यस्तै हामीले एउटा कार्यक्रम गरेका थियौँ चिनिया आइटी स्टार्टअपहरूलाई नेपालमा टेलिमेडिसिन र प्रविधिको क्षेत्रमा लगानी गर्नको लागि, र त्यो सम्झौताहरू भइरहेको छ। नेपालको केही कम्पनीहरूले यसमा काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ र यो अन्तिम तयारी हुँदैछ। यो पनि हाम्रो महावाणिज्य दूतावासको ठुलो हात छ, उहाँहरूकै आयोजनामा भएको हो। तर त्यहाँ हामीले त्यसमा अगाडिबाट धेरै गर्न नसकिने हाम्रो लिगलाइज भएको छैन चाइनामा अझै फिने, त्यसले गर्दाखेरि फ्रन्टमा आउन सकिँदैन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यसमा छ। अनि चीनको बिआरआई करिडोरको जुन यसले गर्दाखेरि हाम्रो बिआरआईले गर्दा नेपालको गार्मेन्ट, हस्तकला र इन्जिनियरिङ उद्योगहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले ठुलो टेवा दिन सक्दछ। हामीले यसमा कार्यहरू गर्न सक्दछौँ। यस्तै हामीसँग फिने चाइनामा युवा उद्यमीहरू मात्र छैनौँ। हाम्रो एकजना स्टिम सेल थेरापीमा विश्व प्रसिद्ध वैज्ञानिक अहिले नम्बर 2 मा हुनुहुन्छ, संसारको नम्बर 2 मा उहाँको नाम आउँछ र यसमा क्यान्सर र प्राणघातक रोगहरूको उपचारमा विशेषज्ञ हासिल गर्नुभएको छ। उहाँ पनि हामीसँग हुनुहुन्छ। अहिले उहाँको नाम डाक्टर जनक पाठक हो। उहाँ अहिले भाइस प्रेसिडेन्ट हुनुहुन्छ फिनेको। उहाँले चाहिँ यसमा फिनेको तर्फबाट नेपाललाई के दिन सकिन्छ भनेर लागिराख्नु भएको छ। हाम्रो आफ्नो क्षेत्रबाट साथीहरू लागिराख्नु भएको छ। यसै गरेर हामी फिनेको साथीहरूलाई युरोप, अमेरिकातिर अथवा मिडल इस्टतिर काम गर्न जाने साथीहरू अथवा अस्ट्रेलियामा विद्यार्थी भिसामा आउने साथीहरूलाई चाहिँ व्यावसायिक बन्नको निमित्त प्रेरणा दिन्छौँ। सायद व्यक्ति टु व्यक्ति कुरा गरेर र उहाँहरूलाई हामीले सक्ने सहयोग गरेर उहाँलाई सामान पठाउनेदेखि लिएर सिपिङ गरिदिनेदेखि लिएर अहिले उहाँहरूले चाहिँ धेरै राम्रो काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ। साथीहरूले हामीलाई सुनाउनुहुन्छ हाम्रो व्यापार राम्रो भएको छ, उहाँहरूले स्टार्टअप गर्नुभयो, हामीलाई थ्याङ्क यू भन्नुहुन्छ। हामीले यो मिडियाबाजी धेरै गर्न सक्दैनौँ हामीले चाइनाबाट, एक कारणले यो देखिँदैन फिन्ने चाइनाले के गरेको छ भनेर। यस्तो कुराहरू हामीले गरिरहेका छौँ। अब यसरी यो चाहिँ हामीले फिने चाइनाले गरेको अहिलेसम्मको कामहरू भयो र अब हामी चाइनामा व्यवसाय गर्दै बसिरहेका छौँ। धेरै साथीहरू यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुहुन्छ। मेरो चिनिया साथीहरू, एउटा नेपाली चिनिया साथीहरू एउटा टेबलमा हुनुहुन्छ। हामी अलमोस्ट सबैजना आफ्नै फ्याक्ट्रीहरू खोलेर बसेका छौँ र चीनमा कसरी काम गर्न सकिन्छ भनेर प्लिज नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। चीनमा चाहिँ अहिले हाम्रो ग्लोबल्ली म्यानुफ्याक्चरिङको हिसाबले लगभग 30% भन्दा अझ डाटाको हिसाबले हामीले भन्दाखेरि 30% भन्दा धेरै म्यानुफ्याक्चर चाइनामा हुन्छ र एक्सपोर्ट पनि चाइनाबाट हुन्छ। यो यत्तिकै भएको छैन। चाइनाबाट 30% म्यानुफ्याक्चर हुनको लागि यत्तिकै भएको छैन। हामीले यसमा चाहिँ के बुझ्नुपर्दछ भने मेन कुरा चाइनामा चाहिँ म्यानुफ्याक्चरिङ इकोसिस्टमबाट चल्छ। र त्यहाँ स्किल म्यान पावरले चल्छ। त्यसमा फेरि चिनिया सरकारको उद्योगी र व्यवसायीहरूलाई लचिलो नीति र उहाँको पूर्ण सहयोग छ। हामी नेपालको साथीहरू चीनमा बसेर वर्किङ भिजा अथवा त्यहाँको पिआर लिन सकिँदैन। हामीले वर्किङ भिजा रेसिडेन्ट भिसामा बसेर कम्पनी खोलेर हामीले कम्पनी खोलेका छौँ, फ्याक्ट्रीहरू खोलेका छौँ। अब यदि यहाँ बस्ने साथीहरू फिनेमा आबद्ध भएको साथीहरूको वार्षिक मैले टोटलमा भनेको सबैजनाको वार्षिक हामीले टर्नओभर सेल गर्ने भनेको मोर देन $1 बिलियन हुन्छ। हामी यहाँ 10-15 जना मात्र छौँ, यहाँ धेरै छैन। अझ मैले सम्पूर्ण चीनमा बस्ने व्यवसायी साथीहरूको कुरा गरेँ। हामी फिनेमा मात्र भएको साथीहरूको $1 बिलियन भन्दा धेरै हामीले निर्यात गर्दछौँ सामानहरू। यो यत्तिकै भएको होइन, यो चाहिँ चीनको काम गर्ने तरिका। चीनमा चाहिँ फेरि काम कसरी हुन्छ भने फ्याक्ट्रीमा प्रत्येक सामानको कसैले फर्निचर किन्दै हुनुहुन्छ भने त्यसको एउटा फोसान भन्ने एउटा सहर छ, त्यो फर्निचर सहर मात्र हो, एउटा ठाउँमा मात्र हुन्छ। फ्यासन गर्नुहुन्छ भने गोन्जाउमा अथवा दोङ्गन सिटीमा हुन्छ। यदि तपाईँले इलेक्ट्रोनिक सामानहरू गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ भने सेन्जेनमा, अथवा स्मल कमोडिटिजहरू गर्नुहुन्छ भने युको मार्केटमा जान सक्नुहुन्छ। यसरी विभिन्न सहरहरूमा विभिन्न किसिमका सामानहरूको चाहिँ छुट्टै हुने गर्दछ। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज। र त्यहाँ कसरी काम हुन्छ भने नेक्स्ट सरी फ्रन्ट एउटा चाहिँ म एउटा सानो उदाहरण यो ओके। अब त्यहाँ कसरी एक ठुलो स्केलमा चाइनाले काम गरिरहेको छ त भन्दा हामीले फर इक्जाम्पल एउटा कम्प्युटर बनाउँदाखेरि यहाँ हामीले 6वटा चिजहरू चाहिन्छ एउटा कम्प्युटर बनाउनको लागि, तर एउटा म्यानुफ्याक्चररले एउटा चिज मात्र बनाउँदछ। जस्तै एलसिडी डिस्प्ले बनाउनको लागि एउटा मात्रै फ्याक्ट्रीले बनाउँदछ र त्यसले एक दिनमा कति बनाउँछ होला। त्यहाँको हाम्रो चिनिया अहिले त नयाँ मेसिनरीहरू छ, धेरै लेबरबाट भन्दा पनि मेसिनबाट काम हुन्छ। एउटा कम्पनीले एउटा मात्र भन्दा दिनमा मिलियन्स पिस बनाउन सक्छ, त्यसको एउटा क्यापासिटी छ। त्यसपछि नेक्स्ट त्यसपछि चाहिँ नेक्स्ट प्लिज। नेक्स्ट त्यसपछि अब यहाँ हेर्नुहोस्, हामीले यो सानो बनाएको छ, त्यहाँ चाहिँ स्किल्ड म्यान पावर छ। सबभन्दा ठुलो कुरा स्किल्ड म्यान पावर छ र डिसिप्लिन छ। त्यहाँ कसैलाई कुरा गर्ने फुर्सद छैन। एउटाले काम गर्न लागेको छ भने उसले दिनभरि आफ्नो काम सकाउँछ, बेलुका घर जान्छ, उसको आफ्नो जिम्मेवारी निर्वाह गर्दछ। अगाडि एउटा मैले स्लाइड बिचमा छ होला, एउटा स्लाइड देखाउँछु। त्यो अलिबाबाको एउटा स्लाइड देखाइदिनु होला प्लिज। एउटा म सानो उदाहरण दिन चाहन्छु साथीहरूलाई। अब हामीहरू सबैले सामान सोर्सिङ गर्ने भनेको अलिबाबा, मेड इन चाइना यही वेबसाइटहरूबाट गर्नुहुन्छ होला। यसले चाहिँ धेरै सजिलो बनाएको छ। हामीले मोबाइलबाट अथवा कम्प्युटरबाट एउटा घरको कुनामा बसेर हामीले चाइनाबाट सामान सोर्सिङ गर्न सक्छौँ। यसका दुईवटा फाइदा, एउटा फाइदा र एउटा बेफाइदा दुइटै तपाईँलाई भन्न चाहन्छु। हामीले घरबाटै बसेर फ्याक्ट्रीहरू लिस्टिङ गर्न सक्छौँ, प्राइसहरू मा काम गर्न सक्छौँ, सप्लाईलाई सर्टलिस्ट गर्न सक्छौँ। तर तपाईँको त्यो फ्याक्ट्री नहुन पनि सक्दछ। तपाईँको त्यो फ्याक्ट्री भनेकोमा 2-3वटा एक्स्ट्रा लेयर पनि हुन सक्दछ। त्यो भएर यदि तपाईँहरू पहिलादेखि नै चाइनामा काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ भने तपाईँलाई थाहा नै होला। यदि नयाँ स्टार्टअप गर्न चाहने साथीहरूले बुझ्न चाहनुहुन्छ भने सकभर चाइनामा व्यवसाय गरिरहनुभएका नेपाली व्यवसायी साथीहरूलाई एकचोटि सम्पर्क गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। यो हाम्रो प्रमोसन पनि जस्तो भयो, तर रियालिटी पनि त्यही हो। म तपाईँलाई मेरो आफ्नो उदाहरण दिन चाहन्छु। म 2012 को इन्डमा चाइना गएको थिएँ। म योभन्दा पहिला लन्डनमा थिएँ। लन्डनबाट व्यापार गर्न चाइना गएको 1 वर्षसम्म मलाई त्यो साउको भनेर नै थाहा भएन। मेरो स्टाफले नै मलाई धोका दिइरहेको रहेछ। एउटा मान्छेलाई साउ बनाएको रहेछ, एउटा थर्ड पर्सनलाई, र म सधैँभरि उसलाई साउ भनेर सम्झिने, उसँगै प्राइस डिल गर्ने। अन्त्यमा त त्यसको कुनै त्यो साउलाई फेरि त्यो जुन मैले साउ सोचेको त्यो मेरो काम गर्ने सोचिरहेको रहेछ उसले। 1 वर्षसम्म 2 जनाले मिलेर हैन मलाई गुमराहमा राखे। त्यसपछि चाहिँ के थाहा भयो भने यदि तपाईँहरूलाई पनि कसैले म फ्याक्ट्रीको ओनर हो भनेर गयो भने यु क्यान बी अ ओनर फर अ डे। त्यहाँ फ्याक्ट्रीमा जानुहुन्छ, यदि फ्याक्ट्रीलाई मैले तिमीलाई काम दिन्छु, मैले क्लाइन्ट लिएर आउँदैछु, म फ्याक्ट्रीको साउ भनेको छु, म त्यहाँ गएर अफिसमा गयो भने त्यहाँ मेरो नाम राख्दैन, उनीहरूले पहिल्यै डिल हुन्छ। तपाईँहरू जानुहुन्छ, अफिस पनि छ, ठुलो कम्पनी छ, बसिराख्नु भएको छ होइन, तपाईँ बसुन्जेलसम्म ऊ चाहिँ त्यो साउको चेयरमा छ भने तपाईँलाई त साउ नै लाग्छ नि त। तर त्यसपछि चाहिँ के हुन्छ भने निस्केपछि फेरि अब ऊ एज एजेन्ट हुन्छ। त्यो भएर यसमा धेरै कुरा ध्यान दिन जरुरी छ। मेन कुरा चाहिँ तपाईँहरूले चीनमा काम गर्दाखेरि तपाईँले आफै गरिराख्नु भएको छ भने मेरो सजेसन सकभर फ्याक्ट्री भिजिटमा जानुहोस्, तपाईँलाई थाहा हुन्छ फ्याक्ट्रीको स्किल के हो, त्यहाँको कामदारहरूको स्किलहरू के छ होइन, त्यसको क्यापासिटीहरू के छ, उसले बनाउन सक्छ कि सक्दैन, उसले अर्को फ्याक्ट्रीबाट ल्याएर तपाईँले सामान देखाइरहेको छ कि साँच्चैकै उसले बनाउँछ कि भन्ने निर्केल हुन्छ। यदि तपाईँहरू फ्रिक्वेन्टली जान सक्नुहुन्न भने त्यहाँ अर्को थर्ड कम्पनीलाई तपाईँले एज अ तपाईँको पार्टनरको रूपमा अपोइन्टमेन्ट गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। उसले गएर काम सुरुवातदेखि अन्त्यसम्मको क्युसीदेखि लिएर सिपमेन्टसम्मको उहाँले हेरिदिन सक्नुहुन्छ। तपाईँलाई अलिकति एक्स्ट्रा खर्च होला, तर भविष्यमा आइपर्ने समस्याहरूबाट छुटकारा पाउन सक्नुहुन्छ यसले गर्दाखेरि। र अन्त्यमा चीनमा यदि कोही साथीहरूलाई व्यवसाय गर्न मन छ भने सकभर फिने चाइनाबाट आउनुहोस्, हामीलाई सम्पर्क गर्नुहोस्। हामी छौँ चीनमा वर्षौँदेखि, हाम्रो यहाँ कतिजना साथीहरू हुनुहुन्छ 25-30 वर्षदेखि व्यापार व्यवसाय गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ। म बसेको 13 वर्ष भयो। हामीलाई केही नभए पनि भाषाको अलिअलि नलेज छ, त्यहाँको कल्चरको नलेज छ, काम कसरी हुन्छ। तपाईँहरूलाई लिगल इस्युहरू भयो भने म एउटा यसमा अर्को कुरा पनि जोडेँ, समय चाहिँ एकदम टाइम भनेर दिइसक्नु भएको छ। मैले एउटा कुरा भने, यदि तपाईँलाई त्यहाँ लिगल इस्यु भयो भने तपाईँले गिभअप दिनुबाहेक अरू उपाय नै छैन। तपाईँको जति मिलियन्स डलर तपाईँले त्यहाँ पे गर्नु भएको होला, तर त्यहाँ कानुनी जटिलता आइपऱ्यो भने तपाईँले त्यो पैसा लिन सक्नुहुन्न यदि तपाईँले यहाँबाट एग्रिमेन्ट गर्नु भएको छ भने। त्यो मलाई परेको छ, मेरो साथीहरूलाई परेको छ, हामी आफै समस्यामा परेका थियौँ र यो कुरा तपाईँहरूमाथि सेयर गर्न चाहेँ। र अब मैले एउटा अन्तिममा मैले लेखेरै ल्याएको छु मैले फिनेको लागि, र हामीले यो भन्नै पर्ने हुन्छ, यदि हामीले संसारभरि छरिएर रहनुभएका नेपाली दाजुभाइ दिदीबहिनीहरूलाई उद्यमशीलता व्यावसायिक क्षेत्रमा जोड्न सकेको दिनमा फिनेको सही मूल्यमा सफलता ठानिनेछ। यदि हामीले सम्पूर्ण नेपाली साथीभाइहरू जो विदेशमा बस्नुहुन्छ, अहिले विद्यार्थी भएर आउनुभयो होला, कामदार भएर आउनुभयो होला, उहाँहरूलाई हामीले चाहिँ व्यवसायिक क्षेत्रमा जोड्यौँ भने मात्र फिनेको उद्देश्य पुरा भएको ठानिन सक्छ र हामीले त्यसमा चाहिँ लाग्नुपर्छ भनेर म भन्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dilbadir ji, President of Finye China. Thank you so much for the insightful session. Ani हजुरको नेटवर्थ भनेकै तपाईको नेटवर्क हो। सो यो नेटवर्कलाई तपाईले कसरी क्याश इन गर्नुहुन्छ बाहिर लन्चमा डिस्कस गरौँ। हाफ एन आवर प्लिज हजुरहरूले सबले मलाई साथ दिनुपर्छ। हाफ एन आवर भित्रमा हजुरहरू आइदिनु होला, नभए म खोज्दै हजुरलाई बाहिर आउनुपर्ने हुन्छ। सो प्लिज हाफ एन आवर फ्रम नाउ वी ब्रेक आउट फर लन्च। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।
Chasing the light, but I can't really standing on hollow ground. Out from the fears that surround us. Standing on hollow ground. That surround us, standing on hollow ground.
remember yesterday we talked about pitch and pledge. If you are here to pitch your ideas, this is the only platform that you get so many people out here to empty their pockets. When I say pockets, investors. Have you connected with someone for their ideas? Have you been able to say, hey, that sounds great. How about we talk this afternoon or this evening at the gala dinner and we talk about some plans? Have you guys done that? If you haven't done that, please do not miss it because today is the last day. You'll be able to have that platform.
Absolutely. Opportunities like this doesn't knock the gate every single time. Well, when we were talking about women in frontline and leadership, that's not just about the team today. I think we are gathered here in order to network, to introduce ourselves to each other, and for someone with someone very young in the youth like me, of course, this is definitely an amazing opportunity to not just get inspired, but to create the relationship with people right here. Absolutely.
Thank you. Before we proceed to our next speaker, I really would like to acknowledge Digital Key Production, who is doing an amazing job of all the videos out here and making us look all pretty, all the coverage. And also our graphic partner, Neeraj from Yomari. Thank you so much for all the hard work you do in the background. Also, would like to acknowledge our sponsors, I believe.
Absolutely. So before acknowledging the sponsors, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to IS 2026 by Finye, Australia. Well, this event definitely wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors. There's a long list and I don't want the clap to end. So the title sponsor of today's event is 8848 Momo House. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Similarly, event partner, Boutique Mortgage and Finance, Platinum sponsor, Nest Finders, and in our gold sponsors, we have Admin R, KBA Global, Boxstra, Grampians College, People Sing. Like, do you want to take forward with the silver sponsor?
Partner, Global. Thank you. All the sponsors, please. Thank you. Our hospitality partner, the Maya Lounge, our graphic designing partner, Creative Murray, of course, Digital Key Production, media coverage, Australian Nepali Journalists Association, also supporters, GSMC, Beautify, and our other supporters are. Please make some noise for these people that are coming all the way from overseas. Finye China, Finye Hong Kong, Finye USA, Finye UAE, Finye Japan, Finye Bagmati, Finye Africa. Aussie Finance, the Homeland, Sovereignty Support, Training Group, RV Diamond and Jewelers, Accountants, Jeffy Finance, Internet, Active Global Support, Innovation Group. Thank you so much for your belief that you guys were the ones to say we endorse your project. We
to energize the room once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause to yourself and the sponsors, and we'll move forward to the next segment. So Deepakji, what do we have now?
We have another wise man traveling all the way from Nepal, and he is not just an entrepreneur, but he's an entrepreneurship ecosystem builder. How exciting is that? And also, he's the CEO of Anchor, dedicated to mentoring and scaling startups in Nepal. How wonderful is that? Ladies and gentlemen, can you please help me welcome Mr. Neeraj Kanal on the stage? Thank you.
Thursday 5 p.m. and I was, I know, 10 बजेको flight फेरि आउन सके. That was a crazy travel for me, you know. And sometimes just नेपाली भएर पाएको दुःख नेपाली पासपोर्टले पाएको दुःख हो So it's all about not me, it's all about people that we are facing from all over. So we need to solve that. So we need to be an entrepreneur. And we need to be an entrepreneur, we need to do something great so we'll be able to So anyways, so can we move into my slide please? Thank you so much. I'm so honored and so so good to be here. सबैजना मैले धेरैजनालाई चिनेको छैन. Probably this time I'll be meeting you all and हुन्छ नि business गर्नु पर्छ. So that's what I want. So I think what is next slide startup सेक्टरमा काम गर्छु त्यो फर्मालिटिजहरु त्यति बुझ्दैन मैले सो आई इन्भेस्ट इन स्टार्टअप सो मलाई त्यो स्टार्टअपकै कल्चरमा म बढी रमाउँछु सो या मैले 15 वर्षदेखि आई हेभ स्टार्टेड इन्भेस्टिङ इन स्टार्टअप्स भेरी अर्ली स्टेज कम्पनीहरुको भन्दा अगाडि So that's what I want to say, right? So त्यसरी चाहिँ हामीले यो तीनटा कम्पनी खोल्यो तीनटा कम्पनी खोलेपछि म कहिले पनि पढेको बिजनेस पनि हैन गरेको बिजनेस पनि हैन पुस्तौदेखि मेरो त हामी कोही पनि बिजनेसमा छैन तर पढेको डेभलपमेन्ट स्टडिज तर गर्दै गर्दै बिजनेस गर्नुतिर पुगेँ सो बिजनेस गर्नु खोजेको चाहिँ के हो भने अब हुँदाहुँदै काठमाडौँ युनिभर्सिटीमा पढाउँछु अन्टरप्रेन्योरशिप ग्लोबल युनिभर्सिटीमा पढाउँछु अन्टरप्रेन्योरशिप एफएससिसिआईको स्टार्टअप एन्टरप्रेन्योरशिप कमिटीमा दिस इज माई थर्ड टेन्योर रिसेन्टली again appointed as a startup committee. So that's one thing for me. Next slide, please. So हाम्रोमा thousands of entrepreneurs चाहिँ born हुन्छ होइन कुनै मात्रै company चाहिँ that becomes company. अनि few of them can attract investment. त्यो few मा पनि धेरैले ठग्दो रहेछ मलाई ठगेर डुबाइदियो. So I will let you know how to become a flop investor. So that is also I learned. So investing on almost 20 plus companies now, I know how to lose money. Okay, so then, so that's the thing. So you had the myths, myths. There are so many myths why startup fails, and 90% of the startup fails. 90% of the early stage company fails within 2 years. होइन त्यो त मैले भोगेँ नै कसरी फेल हुन्छ भनेर म आफ्नो कम्पनी सेभरल फेल गरेर देखाएँ मैले हैन आई प्रुभ दैट आई क्यान फेल माई कम्पनीज आई प्रुभ दैट सो मोस्ट अफ द कम्पनी चाहिँ ran out of the capital that's why they flop they will fail भनेर भन्छ अनिखेरि प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिटको प्रब्लम्सहरुको कुराहरु गर्छ अनि त्यसपछि हजुरको चाहिँ many things happens भनेर भन्छ हैन सो the one thing that happens next slide please the valley of death. The valley of death is such an important thing. मैले कम्पनी सुरु गरेँ नेपालमा के हुन्छ इन्डियाले लकडाउन गरिदियो 2015 मा कम्पनी बिग्रिँदै गएको थियो अब त बल्ल मच्योर भयो अब कम्पनी नयाँ कम्पनी खोल्छु भन्ने हुन्छ जहिले पनि अब एउटा कम्पनी बिग्रियो भने अर्को कम्पनी जाहिर खान जान्छु त हुँदैन अब आफूलाई के गर्ने है सो आई हेभ टु बिल्ड न्यू कम्पनी सो 2015 मा धेरै फ्लप भएपछि 2015 एउटा नयाँ कम्पनी सुरु गरेँ देन द्याट कम्पनी एगेन इन्डियाले वेलकम गरिदियो ठुलो वेलकम ब्लकेट सो स्टार्टिङ फ्रम देयर सो 2015 बाट फेरि सुरु गर्दै गए आई स्टार्टेड एक्सपान्डिङ माई बिजनेस टु भुटान गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ मलाई त्यहाँ स्टार्टअप सेन्टरको चाहिँ पोलिसिजहरू बनाइदेऊ करिकुलम्सहरू बनाइदेऊ भनेर भन्यो And then I started working in Bhutan. Bhutan government closely काम गरेँ. Now wow, अब म international company भएँ भन्ने जस्तो भइरहेको थियो. All of a sudden COVID लाग्यो. होइन? So त्यसपछि फेरि 3 years I struggled. I worked there, but that was quite an experience for me. Then त्यसपछि slowly, gradually, I was expanding my business to all over Nepal. Then I've started mentoring Bangladeshko company, Bhutanko company, Indiako company. So it was such an amazing experience for me. But त्यो सबै गर्दै जाँदाखेरि my father diagnosed with cancer. And त्यसपछि all of a sudden he passed away in next 6 months. So त्यसपछि partnership issue भयो. फेरि कम्पनीमा मुद्दा मामिला लाग्यो. So another thing happened. हुन्छ नि, another thing happened. इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गरेको जति सबैजना अब झन्झन विक हुन थाल्यो, झन्झन सबले ठग्न थाल्यो. अनि अब यो विक भएपछि त पैसा दिनै परेन. एन्टरप्रेन्योर त लिगल इस्युमा चाहिँ यसलाई किन पैसा दिनु पर्यो अब, राइट? अब त पैसा माग्न पो सजिलो थियो त. देन आई स्टार्टेड स्ट्रगलिङ हाउ रियली द इकोसिस्टम लुक लाइक्स. हुन्छ नि, अनि त्यो ग्रेभयार्ड अफ ड्रिम्स, होप्स एन्ड ड्रिम्स त जहिले पनि थियो. त्यो ग्रेभयार्ड अफ होप्स एन्ड ड्रिम्समा चाहिँ जहिले पनि द काइन्ड अफ द भ्याल्यू अफ डेथ वाज सच एन अमेजिङ फ्याक्टर द्याट हुन्छ नि hinder me to do whatever I want to do. And the ecosystem, then I really understood the importance of ecosystem. Then I found some great people around me who really believed on me and let's, Neeraj, you can do it. Come on, you can do it. First and foremost, my wife is here already. So she's the one. एकदमै युरोपतिर चाहिँ गभर्मेन्टहरूसँग काम, युरोपियन गभर्मेन्टको लिडर्सहरूसँग काम गर्यो. म इन्भेस्टर भनेर ढाक देखाएर हिँड्थेँ, बट सी वाज माई इन्भेस्टर. She is my investor actually. So funder of fund, right? So the first thing, ecosystem means family. When your family is strong and they really do believe in you, then the things will happen. Otherwise, other externalities are externalities. Family first. So that's how I believed. I firmly believed in my family, and they believed in me. And likewise, my mentors, all the people that are around me were so great people. मेरो कम्पनी ढलिरहेको बेलामा अर्को कम्पनी खोलौँ भनेर सुरज वैद्यले भन्नुभयो. Then I started another company. So that was breathe. So like कम्पनी ढल्छ, सबै कुरा हुन्छ. Then I started composing songs then. Lot of composing. My wife writes beautiful songs. Then I started composing because I play guitar. That's what happens. That's the life of entrepreneurs. We can't stay silent, right? So that happens, right? Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. So हामीलाई चाहिँ failures is usually cumulative भन्छ. Failure is it's not certain. It happens multiple times. For me, again, day before yesterday, I was tested because of my passport, because of my nationality, right? So all the time, when I don't want to talk about business much because you guys know more business than me, so I should not be talking about everything. But when I'm investing on the founders, the first-time founders, I've seen a lot of these ladders where they broke their steps, right? So there are a lot of stages where they broke that things. This is not one time, one thing, nothing one time. Multiple times when we fail. And this is where we need the ecosystem. This is where we need the ecosystem. And the people should really understand, founders are not magicians. Entrepreneurs are not glory all the time. Entrepreneurship is struggle. So that's what we understand. Let's go for the next slide. And we talk about all the things, investable things we've been talking about a lot, So when I'm talking about त्यो perfect product syndromes, अनिखेरि नेपालीमै भन्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ entrepreneurs sometimes तपाईहरुले गीत सुन्नु भएको छ कि छैन, आफ्नो रूप हेरी आफै पर्छु दङ्ग टाइप हो क्या. So that things happens. So I'm always the same thing, right? I'm always the same here. So जहिले पनि आफ्नै कुरा राम्रो लाग्छ मलाई. So but the thing is, when I was investing on startups and all the stage companies, then I'm not investing on product or idea, but I'm investing in people. I don't care about the product or services. There are brilliant ideas every day. They come to my office and they pitch. I don't care about those things. I want to look after team. Are he or she resilient or not? How strong is he or she on team? मैले त due diligence यस्तो सम्म गरेको छु कि उसकोसँग साथीसँग हिँड्छ, उसको बच्चा कुन चाहिँ स्कुलमा पढ्छ, उसको वाइफले के गर्छदेखि लिएर सबै ड्यु डिलिजेन्स गर्छु म त हजुर भए त। ड्रिङ्क बढी गर्छ कि गर्दैन, चुरोट बढी खान्छ कि खाँदैन भनेपछि त मेरो प्रोजेक्ट त एकजना फाउन्डर 29 वर्षमा बित्यो। I lose my money. Everything. It's not त्यो किताबमा अघि नै भनिरहेको थिएँ नि प्यानलमा कति सजिलो छ किताबमा लेखे नो इनोभेसन्स कम्स फ्रम किताब होइन म टिचर भएर अब त्यो भन्नु त मिल्दैन थियो होला म आई डोन्ट रिड बुक्स या सो या नाउ दिस इज द 5C फाउन्डर्स पाइपलाइनको कुरा हो क्युरियोसिटी एउटा डेभलप हुन्छ प्यासन एउटा डेभलप हुन्छ अहिले मेरो टाइम गइसक्यो होला मलाई फेरि 10 मिनट मात्रै दिएको थिएँ कस्टमर केपेबिलिटी क्रेडिबिलिटी क्यापिटल र कनेक्सन पैसा भएन भन्छ पैसा त 5औं नम्बरमा आएका 5औं नम्बरमा फर्स्ट दिस थिङ्स हेरौँ न पैसा भएन बिजनेस गर्न सकेन द्याट्स मिथ पैसा बिजनेस गर्न सिकन पैसा जहाँ नै आउँछ नि ब्याङ्कर्सहरू मनोज सर हिँड्नुहुन्छ हामी छौँ होइन हामी एन्जल फन्डिङ गरेर बसिरहेछौँ पैसाको प्रब्लम होइन पहिला बिजनेस गरौँ न क्रेडिबल हौ न होइन दोज आर द थिङ्स द्याट आई रियली लेट्स गो अहेड सो हाम्रो लागि चाहिँ नेपालको इकोसिस्टममा हेर्दाखेरि अहिले युनिभर्सिटिजहरूमा चाहिँ इनोभेसन ल्याब इन्क्युबेसन सेन्टर्सहरू एकदमै राम्रो आएको छ इन्क्युबेटर्सहरू दे आर फ्यु मेनी इन्क्युबेटर्स अहिले नेपाल गभर्मेन्टले सर्टन फन्डिङ दिने इन्क्युबेटर्सहरूलाई भनेर भन्दाखेरि देयर आर अराउन्ड 75 इन्क्युबेटर्स अल ओभर नेपाल त्यसमा 30 चाहिँ मेरै पार्टनर सो incubators, accelerators, now I'm running the accelerators. I was the first one to run accelerators in Nepal in 2012. So accelerators, investors, people like us, people like banks, organizations like banks, lot of VCs, PE or private equity, venture capitalists, अहिले काठमाडौँमा नेपालमा भन्दिनँ काठमाडौँमा छरपस्टै छ नो प्रब्लम विथ द क्यापिटल नो प्रब्लम विथ द क्यापिटल बट क्रेडिबल चाहिँ भएको छैन मेरो एज एन अन्टरप्रिन्यर सो नाउ दिस गभर्मेन्ट तर हामीले कति 2012देखि मैले चाहिँ स्टार्टअपको एक्सिलेटर प्रोग्राम्सहरू यो सबै कुरा गरेँ डेमो डे कति भयो कति फाउन्डर्स स्मार्ट फाउन्डर्सहरूले आएर यस्तो स्टेजमा पिच गर्यो वेयर आर दोज पिपल मैले एउटा वर्ष मात्रै 6वटा कम्पनीमा 5 करोड कम्पनी आएको 5 करोड लगानी गऱ्यो है हाम्रो कम्पनीले कहाँ गयो तिनीहरू वेयर आर दे राइट अल दोज कम्पनीज डाइड वाइ बिग क्वेसन राइट सो त्यो क्वेसन्सहरू चाहिँ डेमो डेसम्म सबले हेल्प गर्छ देखाउन मन लाग्छ मिडियामा आउँछ फ्रन्ट पेजमा आउँछ सेलिब्रिटी बनाइन्छ अल सेलिब्रिटी अन्टरप्रेन्योर समटाइम्स राइट सो एभ्रिथिङ ह्यापन्स बट वाट आफ्टर द्याट सो त्यसपछि यो चाहिँ डेमो डे पछि नोबडी समटाइम्स नोबडी विल डु द्याट नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज अनि यो नेपालको ब्रोकन उसमा चाहिँ these things has happening but cumulative synergetic effects छैन these are happening all things needed in the ecosystem अब हाम्रो अन्टरप्रेन्योर इकोसिस्टममा चाहिने कम्पोनेन्ट्सहरू मेजोरिटी छ युनिभर्सिटिजहरूले ट्यालेन्ट्सहरू प्रड्युस गरिरहेछ तर इन्डस्ट्रीसँग डिस्कनेक्टेड छ स्टार्टअपलाई कस्तो ट्यालेन्ट चाहिएको छ धेरै न इनोभेसन मार्केटलाई कस्तो इनोभेसन चाहिएको छ अन्टरप्रेन्योर्सहरू इनोभेट गर्न त हिँडिरहेछ बट डु दे रियली अन्डरस्ट्यान्ड द कम्युनिटी द्याट्स डिस्कनेक्टेड So those kind of things are there. Incubators, so they are not. They don't have fund. They don't have fund to invest. So all these things are the separate programs just to buy that. Now we want to move it further. So you community ecosystem like say you सबै connected nexus बनाउनु पर्या छ हब बनाउनु परेको छ नेपालमा त्यो हब चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ विदेशमा अरू ठाउँमा अस्ट्रेलिया इज माई फर्स्ट टाइम आई एम लर्निङ अबाउट अस्ट्रेलिया बट एभ्री कन्ट्री द्याट डेभलप कन्ट्रिज द्याट आई गो नट टु forget about India, they are amazing, doing amazing well in the startup ecosystem. They have hubs all over now. Telangana भने नयाँ सबभन्दा नयाँ province, they have an amazing hub. 600 crores चाहिँ Indian governmentले दिएर चाहिँ hub बनाइरहेको छ entrepreneurs hub के अरे टी हब भन्छ हैन उनीहरूले इन्क्युबेसन सेन्टर जस्तो सो त्यस्तो सबैले एकै ठाउँमा ल्याउने चाहिँ एउटा कन्सोलिडेटेड एउटा चाहिँ सिनर्जेटिक थिङ इज मिसिङ इन नेपाल द्याट्स वाट वी रियली वान्टेड टु डु नाउ नेक्स्ट So this way we are working here. So Entrepreneur, Vriddhi and Kijis is my 3 companies. What we are doing is, starting from Credo Pioneers, we are working with the 7 to 10 grade को बच्चाहरूसँग चाहिँ भाइ बहिनीहरूसँग चाहिँ entrepreneurial mindsetमा, not trying to be again entrepreneurs, but entrepreneurial mindsetमा, they are making their own products, selling their own products. हुन्छ नि त्योदेखि लिएर हामीले चाहिँ सेकेन्ड ब्लुम द बर्थ अफ माई वाइफ त्यो उसले आफ्नो आमाको 50+ को स्टेज देखेर उसले चाहिँ सेकेन्ड ब्लुम को आमाहरूको लागि चाहिँ वाइ नट सेकेन्ड इनिङ अफ देयर लाइफ बी एन अन्टरप्रेन्योर वुमन अन्टरप्रेन्योरसिप. So this year we have dedicated for women entrepreneurship. So we are doing all these projects, all the projects related to women entrepreneurship, because my angel investor, my wife, is investing now on women entrepreneurs. So there's another thing that I'm an investor. I'm building a community of investors who are pledging below 2 crores a year, or even 10 lakhs a year, no problem. But we are investing on startups. So that's what we are doing. So returning innovators for Nepal. So we are working with the South Korean returnees. We are giving them red carpet because they come up with a lot of skills and talents and disciplines about business. But now we want to bring them here and we want to invest in. So now this has been a third year for us where we are incubating them, coaching them, mentoring them, and investing on them. So these are returning innovators for Nepal. So we want to do here in Australia now. So that's a language चाहिँ एकदमै सजिलो पार्दो रहेछ. That's what I believe. हुन्छ नि जतिसुकै अङ्ग्रेजी बोल्न जाने पनि म नेपालीमै राम्रो छु के गर्ने अब हैन. सो आम नेपाली ल. सो त्यसैले चाहिँ अब हामीले चाहिँ बिग एक्सिलरेटर भनेर लन्च गर्दैछौँ. सो हामीहरूको जति पनि इन्क्युबेटेड गरेको कम्पनीलाई दे आर लुकिङ फर बिगर फन्ड्स. द्याट्स वेयर वी वान्ट टु मेक फन्ड्स. अनदर फन्ड द्याट इज अराउन्ड वी आर वर्किङ फर अहिले चाहिँ 2 अर्बको जतिको फन्डको कुरा गरिरहेको छौँ. सो इन एभ्री प्रोभिन्सेस वी वान्ट टु एलोकेट 2 अर्ब फन्ड. द्याट्स वेयर वी निड यु. So that's why I'm here to pitch you guys as well. So in every provinces we want 2 crore funds. So that's where we are working for. So these are the things that the Incubator Academy is my collaborative project with all my 3 companies. Next slide please. So अब यो कुरालाई मल्टिप्लायर गर्ने हजुरहरू जस्तो मान्छेले हो. हामीसँग त लिमिटेड नलेज छ, लिमिटेड एक्सेस छ. We don't know much about global things. You guys are the expert. You can connect everyone, right? So that's where we need you. Nepal needs you. So mentorship को लागि हजुर चाहियो. So every country that I'm going around these days now, I'm calling for mentors. Online गरिदिनुस् न के भयो त. दशैंमा त आउनुहुन्छ होला नि नेपाल कहिलेकाहीँ. आउनुस् न एउटा स्टार्टअपलाई भेट्दिनुस् न प्लिज. तपाईको एक्सपिरियन्स सुनाइदिनुस् न. अलिकति पुँजी हाल्दिनुस् न अलिकति. तपाईको कहिलेकाहीँ चाहिँ डुल्ने ट्राभल गर्ने पैसा त होला नि हैन. सो त्यो हाल्दिनुस् न. अलिअलि नेपालको प्रडक्ट विदेशी त्यहाँको नेपालको 1-2टा प्रडक्टहरू ट्राई गरिदिनुस् न, टेस्ट गरिदिनुस् न. नेपालको प्रडक्टमा ल्याइदिनुस् न. के बिग्दा छ र एउटा सुटकेस त हो नि यारको हैन. सो टेक्नोलोजी ल्याइदिनुस् न. यु आर अमेजिङ इन द कन्ट्री. सो यु क्यान ब्रिङ टेक्नोलोजिज, ब्रिङ द्याट. ग्लोबल स्ट्यान्डर्ड ल्याइदिनुस् न. वी डोन्ट नो ग्लोबल स्ट्यान्डर्ड्स. वी डोन्ट नो. यु नो द्याट. ब्रिङ द्याट टु नेपाल. अनि पार्टनरसिप ल्याइदिनुस् न. यहाँको कम्पनीहरूसँग पार्टनरसिप गरौँ न हैन. A lot of things that can happen. Why not? So these are the things that I really want to ask with you guys. Next slide please. So if you are a founder, think about the assumptions. A lot of companies that I work with, they all have assumptions only. Facts ma काम गरौँ भन्छु. If you are investors, अलिकति पैसा हाल्दिनुस् न इन फाउन्डर्सहरुलाई. हामी बनाउँछौँ त्यो कम्पनीहरु इन्भेस्टमेन्ट रेडी. तपाईलाई मन पर्यो भने मात्रै हाल्नुस्. जबरजस्ती छैन. माया नगर्नुस् है. जहाँ के रे प्यार है वा व्यापार नहीं, जहाँ व्यापार है वहाँ प्यार नहीं भन्छ नि हैन. सो त्यसरी चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ कहिलेकाहीँ मान्छु कहिलेकाहीँ मान्दिनँ. न त मेरो फेरि वाइफसँग कसै पार्टनरसिप गर्थेँ र मैले फेरि हैन. सो कहिलेकाहीँ मिल्छ कहिलेकाहीँ मिल्दैन है. सो इफ यु आर डायस्पोरा अघि नै भनेको कुरा गरिहालेँ. इफ यु आर पोलिसी मेकर्सहरू पनि यहाँ आउनुहुन्छ भन्ने उसले नेपालीहरूले हेर्नुहुन्छ भन्ने हिसाबले त्यो गरेँ. थ्याङ्क यू सो मच. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज. सो हामीसँग ट्यालेन्ट र एक्सपर्टिज नभएको होइन. द ओन्ली थिङ इज द्याट हाम्रो नेपाललाई चाहिँ स्ट्रेन्थनिङ अन्टरप्रेन्योर इकोसिस्टम चाहिएको छ. एन्ड द्याट्स वाट यु आर हियर फर आई थिङ्क. सो लेट्स वर्क टुगेदर. थ्याङ्क यू सो मच. आई हेभ टेकन सो मच अफ टाइम. आई नो द्याट. माइक पाएपछि यस्तै हो, नेता जस्तै हुन्छ. थ्याङ्क यू सो मच. थ्याङ्क यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Neeraj, sir. I absolutely love your swag. And I'm sure we all audience love the swag. त्यो भनिन्छ नि पेट त भर्यो तर मन भरेन. Love you. Thank you so much. Absolutely. And you know what? This session has really empowered one thing for me as well, an idea, right? Yesterday, I had a whole day of emceeing session, and I knew that Sonia Bani will be coming and helping me today, and she's done an amazing job. By the way, can I have a round of applause for Sonia? She's done extremely amazing, and she's actually given me a bit of a rest. Thank you. So I went to the hotel, and I was thinking, okay, well, today was day one, tomorrow is day two. There's going to be so many people. They're going to be looking at me. They're going to be thinking how I'm presenting, and I was just very cautious. And I would like to say in a very healthy way, I'm a perfectionist, and I like things perfect, right? Not every time things will be perfect. So yesterday I went and I did a bit of a rehearsal in front of a mirror that I have an idea. How do I perfectly execute that idea tomorrow with the audience? I failed so many times. I paused so many times. I interrupted myself so many times. I said, this is not going to work. But Nirsha, thank you so much. I have been inspired after this session. Now, I really want to ask you all one question, and please help me out, right? You guys are going to help me out? Yeah. I will try. Thank you. You've been amazing help throughout the day. Can I please ask any one of you who's got a brilliant idea in your mind, can you please stand up? Like, doesn't have to pitch the idea, but do you all have some sort of idea in your head? Yes, can you please stand up, please, everyone? Just give me a stand up, please, 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 please. Thank you for being brave. Can you all be brave, please? Can you be, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. See, it takes one to stand up and the courage comes up, right? Yeah. And can I say, some of you who's got deep pockets, when I say deep pockets, big bank accounts. Are you guys ready to invest? Do you want to invest in an idea that's going to multiply your dollar? Yes? Can you please stand up? Who would love to invest? Who would love to invest? Who would love to invest? Yeah. So this is what it is all about. International Youth Entrepreneur Summit is all about this, creating this opportunity, bringing it together, right? And if we don't do this, then these 2 days is all about lunch and dinner and wine and go home with a hangover. Do you want to do that, or do you want to go with something that has transformed you? Decide for yourself, all right? Thank you. That really gave me goosebumps, and thank you so much. Now, I really wanted to talk about ideas. When I say ideas, ideas are nothing if you don't put it to action. If you don't give an execution, it's not going to go anywhere, right? So our next session is all about that. Ideas to impact. How do we get there? To facilitate that session, I am going to invite our Senior Vice President of Finye IAC, Mr. Samim Anwar, a dynamic personality, an entrepreneur, a thought leader. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Samim Anwar.
Ladies and gentlemen,
hey.
May I have your attention, please?
The lion's here.
Thank you, Mr. Host. I have to rush it through, as we have only 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes, we have Honorable Mr. Wagle speech. So let me ask you, who is not a business owner here? Who is not a business owner? Not a business owner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, who is not an entrepreneur here? Not an entrepreneur, not an entrepreneur. Okay, raise your hand if you are entrepreneur. You're an entrepreneur? Okay, keep your hands up if you are in the business for 1 year. Okay, keep your hands up if you're in business for 5 years. Okay, now I've got the question to ask them. All right. Let me introduce founder of Momo VC and the great Nepali diaspora, Preeti Adhikari, from all the way from USA. Please put your hands on for Preeti Adhikari. And obviously, there is no introduction required from Mr. Kanal. Please welcome once again Mr. Neeraj Kanal. We always, I'm going straight into the action. There is no time for introduction. So my very first question goes to Mr. Kanal. We constantly hear about Nepal's untapped, startup potentials. But if you're honest, why are we so many, startups scaling beyond seed stage? It's mostly other failed. Why? What do you think the main reasons are for that? They don't go beyond the seed stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure again to be here. Now, on a very serious note. So, actually, like there's first-time founders without having a very good experience of, professional experience, they jump into the business. That's what happened to me as well. And the mentorship culture, there's a training and all this coaching culture has been there, but mentorship culture is not yet there. So the people like us or the senior entrepreneurs who should be investing some time to these startups, that's not happening. And the cultural effects, other thing is the family support. That's what I mentioned in my presentation as well. Most of them don't get family support. Other thing is the one-time failure is they think that the whole life failure, right? So okay, that's okay to fail, Even Messi lost the final game, right, in the World Cup. What happened? Nothing. Just another day again, tomorrow. So the acceptance of failures, being resilient, has been missing a lot in Nepal. They have multiple options, for Nepalese. Because if they once failed, on the early stage, they have other option to go to Australia and America and other countries, right? So they have a visa choice there. So the being, the putting the food in the two boards are something sometimes, that makes crazy. But the experience, team, family support, cultural support are some of the key factors that I see, that the early stage ventures are not growing that much.
Thank you, Mr. Kunal. Preeti, he said about family support. Being a woman entrepreneur, do you think you get the family support?
Hello, namaste sabaijanalai, and thank you for being here. It's funny that, only women are asked if our families will support it, right? I think that needs to change, right?
Good one.
No. So yes, right? I think, I'll answer the question in terms of why, startups from Nepal and from the diaspora have a harder time. More than anything else, it's lack of mentorship, lack of access to capital, access to information, guidance, lack of networks and all of that. So I'm here to change that, and I lead two companies, right? I lead the Great Nepali Diaspora, which is in 50 chapters all over the world. I lead a venture capital fund in the US, so my family better support me at this point.
That's great one. So, Preeti, since you mentioned the Great Nepali Diaspora, as you can see right now, we always talk about the brain drain. So, what do you think this brain drain issue that we're having in Nepal right now? Do you think it is, considering you asking our, the brothers and sisters going abroad? Okay, is there enough financial viability? Is it issue of the bureaucracies? How do you think we can handle that? Because you're asking them not to go abroad. But at the same time, there's the issue of the bureaucracy, the issue of the capital. As Mr. Kanal mentioned that one of the main reasons to fail the businesses is the capital funding. So we're having a bit of like both issues. How do you address that?
Sure. At this point, I think migration is very fluid, right? There's, I feel like brain gain and brain drain are these buzzwords that we throw around. We've seen in our lifetime that there are a lot of us that, go back to Nepal time and again. We're building businesses in Nepal. We're contributing in so many ways. So rather than that conversation, I think in terms of theoretical sort of aspect, maybe I'll share just a little bit in terms of what we've already done to engage the diaspora, right? We heard from Neeraj's presentation as well as Manojji's presentation yesterday in terms of this potential of the diaspora. We all are living that, right? One thing for sure is that the diaspora isn't just an ATM machine, right? We're much more than that. We have this incredible, we've reached the best of places. We've achieved so much in life, and we have this incredible emotional connection to Nepal. One thing that we've done is we've built expert networks of Nepalis all over the world, whether they're doctors, lawyers, techies, all of that. And then in Momo VC, it's actually a fund based in the US that invests in early stage startups. So we have, the diaspora makes up 30% of our investors. So we've done that. We've invested in 8 companies so far. Out of those 8 in the US, 2 happen to be Nepali. And the reason I want to mention this is sometimes I think we Nepalis also suffer from this scarcity mentality, or we think we're not good enough, right? The only reason Nepalis or Nepali startups are not on the world stage is not because we live in Nepal or somewhere else. It's that we haven't really had a community that supports us, right? That gives us this feeling of home and, all of that.
I'll come back to you on that, Preeti. Thank you again. I'll come back to the VCs. So, Neeraj, you lead entrepreneur, which is also known as incubators of incubators. In terms of brain drain, because you have used the European countries, the Netherlands, you are more connected with the Netherlands. So you use the Netherlands as a platform to raise your funds to invest in Nepal. So what are the process to raise the funds? You as a VC, 1, 2, 3. So people here right now, they know how do you exactly raise the funds, and what's your process to invest in Nepal?
So like first and foremost, as I've said, the emotional things that will not happen. The story definitely sells, but for one time. First and foremost, you need to make your product very beautiful, and that needs to have some kind of tractions, and that should have some kind of, and the founders should have a very credibility to that. So we look for founders and the team, so that where the credibility matters a lot for us. Because sometimes we have into very bad legal cases as well, so that happens a lot for us. Other thing is, while I was working with the Dutch investors, the case of repartitions and all these things were huge issue, right? Where our government didn't understand the parking vehicle for the investors, where to park their money, so all these things, the technicalities, we can talk in a later sessions about that as well. So. And the other thing is skepticism about Nepal will be always there, right? Because will they pay back or not? All these things will be there. But on our side of the story is how to make our products and services much more credible and much more strong. And that's where we are making them investment ready. Most of the people in startups or the early stage companies doesn't know about the governance, compliances. Most of the startup failed in Nepal is one of the other reasons where not been able to fulfill the compliances of the government. Too much of hassles of doing business in Nepal is there. So all these factors are really important, and I work with the impact investors in Netherlands. So that impact investors means, they look after the story, they look after the impact, but as a profit as well. So for them, profit is the only means to meet their purpose. We need profit definitely, but the purpose matters a lot. So for me, it's the same thing, right? So for me, purpose is the greater thing for me. But without profit, I can't meet my purpose. So I need to make profit first, and then I can go for the purpose. So this kind of things, stories are so much connected. मेरो लागि चाहिँ र त्यसरी चाहिँ डच इन्भेस्टर्सहरू पहिला माया गरेर इन्भेस्ट गर्न थाल्यो, पछि कमर्सियली पनि फन्ड गर्न थाल्यो र मल्टिपल फेलियर्सहरू पनि हुन थाल्यो. सो एज एन इन्भेस्टर वी सुड बी एबल टु ग्याम्बलिङ पनि हुँदो रहेछ. अनि मेरो इन्भेस्टरले कहिलेकाहीँ डच इन्भेस्टरले पनि भन्थ्यो मलाई नै इन्भेस्ट गरेको एउटा इन्भेस्टर भने मैले पिम लुक मैले 18वटा कम्पनी इन्भेस्ट गरेँ, नन अफ द कम्पनी आर सक्सेसफुल. अहिले सोध्नुभयो तपाईँले भने आई कान से विच कम्पनी इज सक्सेसफुल, आई डोन्ट नो, राइट? तर अनि उसले भन्दै जाँदै 30वटा गर्न 30वटा 30वटा गएपछि 31वटा चाहिँ हिट हुन्छ क्या भन्दै क्या. सो द पेसेन्स अन इन्भेस्टर्स अन्डरस्ट्यान्डिङ कन्टेक्स्ट इज अल्सो इम्पोर्टेन्ट. सो डच इन्भेस्टर्सहरूले चाहिँ त्यो कुरा पेसेन्सहरू ल्याउँथ्यो. इन्भेस्टर्सको एक्सपिरियन्स, इन्भेस्टर्सहरूले कस्तो एक्सपिरियन्स गरिरहेको छ भन्ने कुरा पनि, अनुभवहरू पनि इम्पोर्टेन्ट रहेछ. त्यो कुराहरू पनि ल्याउँथ्यो. 1-2टा फेलियर्समा डराउने इन्भेस्टर्सहरू आएर काम लागेन नेपालमा चाहिँ, फेलियर हुन्छ. किन ढाट्ने?
You very rightly mentioned about FDI and the repartition issues. Hamro CEO of Nabil Bank, and then one of the representatives from the ruling party is here. What do you think you can give one piece of advice to the government?
म त त्यो गभर्मेन्टको म थाहा नै छैन मलाई गभर्मेन्ट बुझ्दै बुझ्दैन मैले कसरी एडभाइस दिने होइन सो मतलब लेट्स डु आई क्यान ओन्ली सजेस्ट टु माई फर्टिनिटी मेरो फर्टिनिटीलाई चाहिँ के सजेस्ट हुन्छ नि इथिकल बिजनेस गरौँ सकभर रुल अफ ल बिलिभ गरौँ काम गरौँ अब मलाई गभर्मेन्टले के एडभाइस गर्ने आई डोन्ट नो दे आर द एक्सपर्ट्स अफ रनिङ गभर्मेन्ट दे आर द एक्सपर्ट अफ स्वर्णिम वाग्ले जस्तो मान्छे अर्थमन्त्री हुन्छ मैले के एडभाइस गर्ने हो
Because right now, yeah, sure, we can add on to that as well.
Make the process easy.
Sure, I'll add it. We're actually building a $30 million fund in Nepal, VC fund in Nepal. We just recently, a month ago, we signed an agreement with NIBL Ace Capital, which is again one of the big banks in Nepal. And we're sort of bringing in 10 million from the diaspora, 10 million from donor funds, and 10 million institutional capital. And this repatriation thing again comes up and again. One sort of thing that I'd like to share with everybody is we've had really good conversations with the government, and I'm not just saying because I feel like the timing is so right for all of us to be involved in different things, because I do feel like there's a lot of acknowledgement of the fears that we have in terms of repatriation and double taxation for the US and things like that. Actually, even for our fund, we're having conversations for the government to even anchor that fund by investing in it a little bit. So that also shows that the government is, I think, inclined to really understand the diaspora and our fears and are not just taking us as this, ATM. So.
Thank you, Preeti. You want to add a few? Okay.
Yeah, sometimes, like the government, let's say, government, अब नयाँ governments, we are hopeful, होइन गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ के हेरिदिनु भयो भने हामीले ठगेरै पैसा कमाएको चोरेरै पैसा कमाएको ट्याक्सै नतिरेर पैसा कमाएको इन्भेस्टर्सहरूले झनै कालो धन्दा गरेर पैसा कमाएको भन्ने कुराहरूमा नजाउँ देयर आर एन्टरप्रेन्योर्स दुई चारजना त पोलिटिसियनमा नि गलत मान्छे होला दुई चारजना त जे सेक्टरमा नि गलत मान्छे होला तर बिजनेसमा पनि छ होला नभए भन्दिनँ म तर हामीले कमाएको पैसाहरू चाहिँ ठगेर चोरेर पैसा कमाएको होइन एन्ड वी वान्ट टु रिइन्भेस्ट हेयर इन नेपाल अनि रुल अफ ललाई सजिलो बनाइदिउँ न वी वान्ट टु फलो द रुल अफ ल किन म पनि कम्प्लायन्सेस नगरिकन जुनै पनि कम्पनीमा इन्भेस्ट गर्छु होला मैले ट्याक्स नतिरेको कम्पनीमा मैले लगानी गर्छु होला होइन जति बढी ट्याक्स तिरेको कम्पनी चाहिँ त्यति कम्पनीमा लगानी गर्न मन लाग्छ नि मलाई होइन र
Yeah, thanks, Sunil. Coming back to Preeti, you've said you're building a 30 million fund from the diaspora and other companies. So I will ask you two questions in that regards. First of all, number one is, what would be ROI if anybody willing to invest from here, this group, from this diaspora? What would be the ROI? And then how would you select the product? What is the process to select the product to invest in Nepal?
Sure. So in terms of VCs, right, for immigrants, Nepalis, it's a new asset class. It is a risky asset class, but the returns are high, right? So it's almost like a gamble. So you choose 20 companies, you hope, if the 20 companies out of those, whatever, do well, you earn money, right? The way we're different and the way we're, my fund is named Momo VC for a reason, right? What it means is we actually use our experts to vet these companies before we actually make an investment. We actually have an investment committee. Once we select the companies, we actually have these experts, make introductions, give them clients, mentor them on every sort of thing, right? So to your question, I think it would be wrong of me to, say, okay, it's going to be 5x. You can look up the normal returns for a VC. It is pretty attractive, but I won't state how much it is. But I think we do a much better job just because we use not just, we have an incredible team, but even apart from that, we have experts from the diaspora and beyond every step of the way so that the probability is better, right? So instead of...
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you. I have to cut you off there, right there. Sorry, we are lacking some time here. I'm going to have a rapid fire question for both of you. You can answer in one sentence. And then I'll come back to the audience for one or two questions. Thank you, audience, for having patience. And then obviously Dr. Wagle will join us. Quickly, this goes to Mr. Khanal. What is the most overrated piece of advice given to young entrepreneurs in Nepal? In one sentence. Thank you.
Just do it.
Preeti, what is the one founder habit that immediately signals to you that business will fail?
If the person is not coachable, if they don't listen to feedback, they're so stuck to their idea that they're not willing to listen
Thank
to
you,
others.
Preeti. Mr. Kanal again. What is the one thing that global diaspora should stop doing when trying to help Nepali startups?
Just not send remittance, bring investment.
All right, last but not least, to Mr. Preeti, in one word, what is the Nepal's biggest competitive business advantage on the world stage?
The talent. I think we're incredible people, and we just need to show it to the world.
And then one question from me, if anybody from here wants to establish a PE firms, the private equity, to establish private equity, what is a very basic process to you, Mr. Neeraj? In 1, 2, 3, 4, in 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Process is easy, no? There's no steps for that. It's so complicated sometimes, there's unique, probably 6 months to get license. But there's a regulatory body, that's a government body. There's a 7, that's called 7. From 7, you have to get all this license. So, but initially there was no such process. So for that, there are certain regulations to it. So yeah, this now has been pretty much easy. When we started in 2012, that was not there, but now the regulatory body is there. And that regular body, if you can go to their website, the steps are there where you have a team, expert teams, and you have to have some certain funds that are prerequisite, and all these things has been mentioned. I can't say, I have to read it out here.
Thank you, Neeraj. All right, please give them a big round of applause before we come back to you. And then if you need to connect with them, obviously we have it throughout the day and the dinner as well. You can connect with them and ask as many questions as you like. I have so many questions that I need to ask them. All right, 2 questions. 1 question is to our panelists. 2 questions on the floor, please. I don't know who is young here. Can I open my eyes?
You see, all of you are so young here.
Yeah. Is there a teenager here as well? Yeah, please. All right, मैले चस्मा नकाले अब कुछ. Can you please raise your hand? Questions? Mike.
All right, Nepali भइसकेपछि थोरै पनि formality चाहिन्छ. So firstly, welcome both of you to this amazing event. But मेरो question straight to Mr. Neeraj Khanal. मेरो नाम निराजन नरसिंह राणा, निराजन नीरज similar, but उहाँले भन्नुभयो not just remittance, let's say an investment, very romantic. But as you said, नेपालमा capital ventures र capitalको लागि धेरै पैसा छ. It's just the trust भन्नुभयो हैन? Can you be that ambassador of trust? Can you say to me, looking into my eyes, Nirajan, don't worry, you're sent not just remittance for Bilasita, but that investment will be safe and you can get a good return of it, Manira, in this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll answer all the questions at the same time. The next question from you. Okay, next question we have another. Soyana, please. She works in the investment firm, so I have.
Testing. Hi, thank you so much. We have a lot of entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs here in the room, and a lot of them are looking to do business. So in business, timing is everything, right? And as investors, I would like to ask, what is, in your opinion, the most promising sector in Nepal right now, and when is the right time to invest? Thank you.
Is that a question to Neeraj?
Both.
Both. Okay, please, over to you, panelists. Thank you.
In Nepal, we see a lot of, I think, potential in everything. At least I love startups, so I'm going to talk more about that. So anything related to technology, so not agriculture, but agri-tech, climate tech, AI, the intersection of AI with anything, whether it's healthcare, education, agriculture, climate, everything is incredible. So people are building some amazing companies there. So,
Neeraj.
For me, मेरो लाइफ कहिले इजी गराउँछ भन्ने कुरा रहेछ. मेरो इन्ट्रेस्ट केमा इजी रहेछ भन्ने कुरा. त्यो स्कोपकोतिर पछि लागेर नबिगार्नु लाइफ भन्दो रहेछु मैले चाहिँ. आई डोन्ट नो अबाउट द स्कोप. स्कोप हेज बिन क्रिएटेड, ओभर रेटेड. होइन, मलाई चाहिँ मेरो छोरी जन्मेपछि लोकल कुखुराको अन्डा खान पाइएन राम्रो, लोकल कुखुराको अन्डा बनाउने फार्ममा चाहिँ इन्भेस्ट गरेँ. द्याट मेक्स सेन्स टु मी, राइट? आई लभ म्युजिक, म अहिले म्युजिकको कम्पनीमा इन्भेस्ट गर्दैछु. द्याट्स इम्पोर्टेन्ट फर मी. आई लभ गार्डनिङ, म अहिले नर्सरीमा इन्भेस्ट गर्दैछु. द्याट्स इम्पोर्टेन्ट फर मी. जुन कुरामा स्किल नभए पनि इन्ट्रेस्ट छ, भएको इन्ट्रेस्टमा इन्भेस्ट गरेपछि अमेजिङ हुँदो रहेछ. त्यसपछि टेक जोड्दै जानु पर्दो रहेछ. त्यसमा प्रीतिजीले भनेको कुरा अब ग्रोथ स्केलेबिलिटीको कुरा गर्नु पर्दो रहेछ. पहिला इन्ट्रेस्ट हेर्नु पर्दो रहेछ, त्यसपछि ग्रोथ स्केलेबिलिटी हुनसक्छ नि. मैले त्यसमा के इन्ट्रिगेट गर्न सक्छु सो द्याट मेरो पहिला इन्ट्रेस्ट, त्यसपछि स्किल के छ त मेरो, म क्यान आई एड अप अन द्याट भन्ने कुरा हुँदो रहेछ. त्यसपछि मसँग के रिसोर्सेस छ त बिसाइड मनी, म नेटवर्क ल्याउन सक्छु त सक्दिनँ त्यो कम्पनीहरूमा हेर्नु पर्दो रहेछ. एन्ड इफ देयर इज अ डिमान्ड छ त भन्ने कुरा हेर्नुपर्छ. सो मैले फ्रेमवर्क बनाएँ ISRD, इन्ट्रेस्ट, स्किल, रिसोर्सेस एन्ड डिमान्ड. सो 4वटा कुरा चाहिँ हेर्न बिर्सिनु हुँदो रहेछ इन्भेस्टरले. त्यो इन्भेस्टरले त्यो 4वटा कुरा हेर्न बिर्स्यो भने बिचमा आइडिया त छँदैछ, अन्टरप्रेन्योर त छँदैछ. So all those 4 aspects of the business, the 4 blocks of the business, if you can't look at it, then it will be very difficult. मेरो वाइफले अहिले चाहिँ सुत्केरी औषधिमा इन्भेस्ट गरिरहेछ होइन. सी कुड अन्डरस्ट्यान्ड द डिफिकल्ट टाइम वेन सी वाज गेभ बर्थ टु माई डटर. अनि उसले त्यो औषधिमा जति लगाउँछ नि अहिले, किन उसले आफूलाई कनेक्ट गर्न सक्छ त्यो कुराहरूसँग. सो कनेक्ट विथ योर स्टोरी एन्ड देन योर इन्भेस्टमेन्ट डुब्यो भने पनि एटलिस्ट आई ट्राइड भन्ने हुँदो रहेछ क्या. अदरवाइज त अर्काको पछि लागेर अरूले भनेको स्कोपको पछि लागेर लाइफ विल नट बी इजी. Life will be much more painful. Okay? So that's my one advice. That's what I.
Thank you, Neeraj. We are running out of time.
Niranjan can answer the point, sir. No answer, Niranjan.
Yes.
Because answer is no. Because who am I to guarantee? Even government can't guarantee you. But the first, my advice is to learn about the people like you. First, learn about the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Nepal. 1 वर्ष हेर्नुहोस् कस्तो कस्तो अन्टरप्रेन्योर छ, कस्तो तपाईँको इन्ट्रेस्ट बुझ्नुहोस्, अघि नगै कुरा गरेँ ISRD बुझ्नुहोस्, सबै कुरा गर्नुहोस्. अनि लेट्स सिट टुगेदर, लेट्स ह्याभ लट अफ डेटिङ्स, लट अफ आइडियामा इन्फ्याचुएसन हुन्छ. म जहिले पनि भन्छु इन्फ्याचुएसन, लभ एन्ड म्यारिज. आई लभ एउटा स्टार्टअप देख्ने बित्तिकै इन्फ्याचुएट भइहाल्छु म. अनि देन आई स्टार्टेड डेटिङ विथ द्याट स्टार्टअप कपल अफ टाइम. अनि त्यसपछि जब चाहिँ ड्यु डिलिजेन्स गर्छु, गोत्रै मिल्दैन रहेछ, जातै मिल्दैन रहेछ, अनि देन रिजेक्ट. सो द्याट्स वाट ह्यापन्स.
All right. So the bottom line is do not get infatuated. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Neeraj and Preeti. Please put your hands for both of them, please. Round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Now I would like to welcome again our wonderful, handsome Deepak Giwal, the host. Thank you. I'll see you this evening. We'll have fun. Well done. Thank you.
मिले पनि नमिले पनि मेरो र निरजजीको गोत्र मिल्छ है. थ्याङ्क यू सो मच. कति रमाइलो सेसन. आई मिन नेपाली हो नि, रमाइलो हुन्छ when we get to the basics of the business and drill down on what is essential. कति राम्रो क्वेसन्सहरू. थ्याङ्क यू सो मच. दिस इज लभली. अनि अर्को कुरा, इफ यु डोन्ट वाटर योर आइडियाज you will die. I'm sorry, brother. Are you killing me? My voice, I mean. So, we are really looking forward to getting an address from Dr. Swarnim Wagle, the Minister of Finance from Nepal, very soon over the WebEx. We can be on that anytime, so I'm just giving you a heads up. Before I get to any other session, we are looking to just connect with our team in Nepal so that we can get Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Swarnim Wagle ji on the WebEx. I think we are nearly there. All right, so this is the time where I get to do a bit of a talking as well. Many of you do know me for being a banker, or many of you do know me for being a person who organizes runways, fashion shows, and whatnot. Now, those ideas did come into play in 2019, a small idea of bringing Nepali designers, entrepreneurs, right, overseas and making them see the global market and connect with the global talent that they could really showcase their designs with. Now, we did that, and we have come 6-7 years now. That's Glam Nepal International. And the wonderful thing that I want to tell about that is people know me, some of the people know me by just not my name. They call me Glam Nepal Dai. How beautiful is that, right? So why I'm saying that is, if you have an idea and if you didn't take the time to water it, it's not gonna nurture, it's not gonna grow, it's not gonna get anywhere, right? Now, I'm not here to, like, describe about myself. I'm just here saying that I was in that shoe. I was in that place where I was looking for sponsors, I was looking for investors, I was looking for so many other things. I was looking for supporters for the crazy idea, but it happened, right? So trust in your process, it's gonna happen. Ani, Agi Neeraj सरले भने जस्तै कसैले advice दिएला, just wait, please don't wait. Well, you gone to the wrong person for the advice. Maybe they've been waiting their whole life to execute their own ideas, right? So just go to the other person who's done it. Ask them what they've done. Really, कसरी start going? Easy छैन. If it was easy, everyone would have done it, and everyone would have $0 in the bank account, because everyone's doing the same thing, right? सबैजना doctor भयो, patient को हुने, हैन? I'm still waiting on a queue. If we are nearly there, we are nearly there. Now I'm a bit nervous. I may not be able to utter the words out. So we're looking forward to this webinar where our... Okay. Also, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Federal Minister of Parliament, Jisun, from the ruling party. A round of applause for Mr. Jisun, please. Thank you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Thank you. I appreciate it. Wonderful. And I do not have to say any words now.
Namaste and very good afternoon. The wait is over now. We had been waiting since 2 days for his speech. As Deepakji has already said, every one of us will know who is he in front of us. So without any further delay, I would like to introduce our chief guest of this summit, Honorable Finance Minister of Nepal Government, Dr. Swarnim Wagle. Please, let's put our hands together for Swarnim Wagle. Mr. Wagle is also Vice Chair of the Rashtriya Swatantra Party, a distinguished economist with extensive international experience at the UNDP and World Bank. He is widely recognized for his contributions to Nepal's economic policy and development. So now, I would like to request our chief guest to deliver his speech for this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. I regret that I could not travel all the way to Australia for this event. As you know, things in Nepal are pretty eventful, and the expectations are so high that we've had to, work intensively around the clock to deliver the very high aspirations that people of Nepal have, which they bestowed us with through an unprecedented mandate in the last elections. And I must begin by thanking the diaspora. And
Sorry about the technical issues. We are working on the background to get this issue resolved. Team, if we can work on just playing the audio only and not projecting the video, maybe that would help. The internet issue is trying to be resolved. I believe if we could get the audio only, not the video. Okay, perfect.
He's back.
We have him here. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So this unprecedented mandate is what we're trying to respect and honor. In the the government's performance. Now, let me start with what we've been up to over the last 100 days or so. Since governance and good governance in particular was the rallying cry of people inside Nepal and beyond, that's been our unshakable mantra and spirit of governance. And I'm happy to note that in the last 100 days, you probably heard nothing serious, not a single credible allegation or even an accusation of impropriety on the part of the leadership of the federal government, starting from the Prime Minister down. And this is already a fresh start, right? A clear break from the past, a structural break from the past, that the leadership, the top leadership of the country has unquestionable integrity. What they are seeking to do is set Nepal on a path of meritocracy, respect of diversity and inclusion, and performance, right, and delivery. So we set out a very ambitious 100-point agenda right at the beginning. As you know, many people thought that was unattainable, too ambitious. Perhaps we are becoming too naive on what could realistically be achieved, given the bureaucratic and the political economic constraints which we are all familiar with. So maybe the good reforms would be stalled. Maybe there would be opposition to reforms. But I'm happy to report to you that of the 100-point agenda on good governance, our self-assessment says that we were able to meet 87.2% of that, right? This was already a very, very tall order, very ambitious. And we were able to secure almost 87 or over 87% of that. So that has set the gold standard for the days ahead. Now, the second focus, second emphasis has been on economic reforms, infrastructural reforms, and that was laid out in the budget speech that I was honored to present on May 29th of this year. I have been using this metaphor that over the next 5 years, our goal is to steer this ship, right? This big ship, almost like the economy is like the Titanic. It takes a while to steer it, to a different destination. And the first year has been more foundational, reforming taxation, reforming expenditure patterns, introducing like dozens and dozens of new laws, divesting very entrenched institutions like the Nepal Telecom Company, Nepal Airlines, Nepal Electricity Corporation, and taking them to a very new direction where they enable the private sector to lure investment and even boost foreign engagement. And this is where the diaspora story comes into play, where we are really looking to you all, the entrepreneurs and the diaspora in Australia and beyond. Australia stands out because you crossed that formidable threshold where people of Nepali origin in Australia are approximately 1% of the host population. And that is really remarkable. That's a huge size and a force for development in Nepal. So our goal is to attract technology with the goal of enhancing Nepal's soft power, right? So you are our goodwill ambassadors. Now, of course, you've been hearing various versions of this story from other leaders, other political parties, but we really want to concretize all of our solemn promises and pledges in favor of the diaspora moving forward. And we want to begin that by facilitating the investment channel. How do we ease the legal and administrative processes for inward investment into Nepal, possibly from the diasporic sources, but that also serves as a platform for more mainstream foreign investment. Right? Now, this is where we are looking at all the prevailing laws, where the stumbling blocks are, and I am happy to report to you a very good example of an initiative that we are pushing as we speak. And that is the NRN bond, right? NRN investment vehicle, where the non-resident Nepalis, through the diaspora bonds, would be able to marshal resources from people like yourselves through a credible investment vehicle that can even be licensed through the Securities and Exchange Board of Nepal, Ditok Patra Board, through NRB, and all facilitated by the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we want legitimate savings, legitimate incomes that you have to be brought into Nepal, to be invested in all sorts of versatile investment instruments, and all your legitimate earnings should be possible to repatriate to the source of origin. So that's the angle we're taking, and there was a big stumbling block at Sebong. We have installed a new leadership selected on the basis of merit and high integrity, and that is being facilitated right now. And I hope that will set an example for many other instruments that we have announced in the budget. We have an offshore bond being facilitated by the Asian Development Bank and the International Finance Corporation. The Ministry of Finance has just pushed through and ratified through Parliament the Alternative Development Finance Act that will be instrumental in collecting and marshalling resources for crucial infrastructure projects beyond the government's balance sheet. Right? So government's own envelope for capital expenditures and flagship infrastructure projects for highly limited. It's barely $2 billion US. That was not going to be enough to take Nepal in the direction that just world-class infrastructure, artisans, that will going to cut trading costs, doing business, and facilitating over investment. So we are taking an approach to really through these instruments that in the budget to facilitate just one more express with Lagan Express that we've called. We are in the process of selecting a new CEO for the Investment Board of Nepal. A very competent person has been selected, which we know will be announced this week. And through all these diaspora bonds, clean energy bonds, offshore bonds, we are providing a vehicle for diasporic investments to be channeled in legally and with due respect on the part of the government of Nepal, right? And again, your main concern, bring in money legally and to repatriate earnings legally is what we are aiming at. Now, the broader socio-economic and cultural rights that have already been spelled out in the Constitution, we, over the course of this term, we will enact laws that will make many of these things easier Right now, there's a lot of skepticism on how politicians in Nepal, when they meet the diasporic communities, promise big things, yet delivery has been slow. What we have been cautious about is promising little and delivering more, right? So we will have to take all the stakeholders on board, and whatever is possible legally, we will do it. Whatever requires constitutional change will require a more broader consensus on the part of all civil society actors, all political parties, and all the diaspora events as well. So we are greatly excited by the engagement of young entrepreneurs among the diaspora communities. Please do engage with us, follow us, nudge us in the direction of reform and progress. And we have no other incentive and no other interest other than to advance Nepal's aspirations for rapid catch-up. And our definition of Nepalis is global, right? Once a Nepali, always a Nepali. Anybody in this world community who is of Nepali origin, irrespective of what their residency is, irrespective of what their citizenship is, we will look at you as Nepal's ambassadors and Nepal's goodwill resource at our disposal for development and investment. And that's the healthy outlook that we want to cultivate, not just within the government and our party, but we want to send this positive message across the Nepali community right here. And it was reaffirmed well before we knew that we would be in government, well before we knew that the Rashtriya Swatantra Party would be this big new force in Nepali political arena. 2 months before the elections were being contested, we spelled out our major priorities in the form of the manifesto. And in the manifesto, we did a Nagarik Karar, the contract with the citizens of Nepal. We said these are the 5 things we would deliver. Number 1, governance. Number 2, expansion of the middle class by uplifting everyone. And through the eyes of the middle class, we would expand equitable opportunities in education, in health, in financial access, and social security, right? A social security architecture that we can afford. The third segment was jobs, quality jobs for young people that was tied with a healthy process of economic growth, job-creating economic growth that would be propelled by investment. Fourth was on connectivity, connecting this diverse country of ours, railway, roadways, air connectivity, digital connectivity, and energy connectivity. And the fifth was Prabhas. Fifth was the diaspora. Our pledge to the diaspora to bring them in and harness this collective resource for Nepal's catch-up, right? So this is where we stand, and we're very faithfully executing that promise that we made to the people of Nepal. And I don't want to belabor the point, but I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you all for engaging with Nepal. I know Kavindra Burlakoti is there, our chief whip, and you are more than welcome to send written and verbal messages through him back here. But we are on this timeline that we, projected well before the election. Part of the agenda has been executed through the 100-day plan. The budget outlines an agenda for the whole year, but we have a 5-year vision. As I mentioned, the first year is on foundational, steering the ship. The second and third years are going to be focused on accelerating the pace of reforms. And the fourth and the fifth years will be on delivering the dividends to the Nepali people, and the dividends that accrue from this pace of change and reforms. And we want you all, the entrepreneurs, the young diasporic friends, to engage with us very positively, constructively, but do bear with us also, because making changes in laws and constitutions is a huge project in itself. You have to take the bureaucracy on board. You have to get a kind of a national consensus on many of these things. And we, Rashtriya Swatantra Party, are constrained electorally because we have a majority, a commanding majority in the House of Representatives, but we have no one in the National Assembly. We don't have anyone in the provincial governments, and we control none of the 753 municipalities just yet. Those elections are yet to happen and will unfold over the next 20 months or so. And as the federal government will set the agenda, we will rally support, and this is where we will rely on your goodwill, on your support, both substantive and symbolic, from wherever you are. So I wish you well, and I hope this conference, builds on many of the agenda that have been outlined by previous speakers. But I am very honored and pleased to have been able to join you in a rather informal setting. This is a Saturday morning here. We have how we really see you as development partners. On behalf of the government of Nepal and Prime Minister Balen Shah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your wonderful speech. Like I said earlier, so wait is already over. Not only wait, speech is also over. So thank you once again. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our history has been made today. Our history has been made. And I like to say with ultimate pride, and I would like to have you our witness, Honorable Mr. Bulakotiji. This has never happened in the past in Australia, I believe so, right? And to get an addressing from the government of Nepal with this technology, how credible we have become. Finye, you have done it. You're proud moment. A round of applause for Finye and the team who worked tirelessly to make this happen. And Honorable Kabindra Bulakotiji, I'm a bit emotional. That's why I'm maybe losing my words, because this was never something that I've witnessed before at any events that I've attended in Australia. All of you. I had so many other things prepared, but that's all gone because I'm just over the moon at the moment. I'm celebrating this success, and I'm sure everyone's celebrating. Everyone's happy around there. They're saying we've done it. The Finye team on the background, we've been working tirelessly. And a round of applause for Digital Key Production that's been working so hard to make this happen. I mean, buffering, the internet, all the issues that happened, they did not give up. So thank you so much, Saurabh and your team, mate. You've done amazing out there. And thank you, the entire Finye team that is working on the background to make this happen. It's such a history. And I want a big roar or loud clap here, because this is not enough that I'm getting. I really want this to be more. Come on, please. Let's go. Let's keep it going. And can we all please stand up once again? Can we all please stand up once again for this moment? Please, a request. This is the last request from me to get a standing ovation for our Finye team and also the people that are around here. Also, I would like to do that one last act that I always do. Yes! Yes! Hurrah! That's it. Thank you so much. Now, this energy will go into the next session, because the next session is all about business leadership, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to bring some amazing personalities that believed in themselves, that believed in their hard work, that believed in the ideas, and they made it happen, right? That's why they are the business leader that they are. So, for me to do that, like I told you, I prepared a lot of stuff. It went out of the roof after that addressing, right? I'm emotional. I'm sure you all are. Let me catch my breath, okay? Okay, so the next segment, as you can all see on the papers that you have, is Next Generation Business Leadership. Now, where we will be joined by a facilitator who will be going through our panelists and take us on a journey of the business leadership or their story of doing business. And these guys have really done it. They're not here just because they become famous overnight or they've been successful overnight. It was years of hard work,